I would now like to call the July 7th Longmont Open Forum to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed on the city's YouTube channel and longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. Can we start with roll call, please?
Mayor Ildago Faring.
Present.
Councilmember Christ. She's showing.
Aye.
Councilmember Christ.
Can you unmute it? I don't know if she can hear us.
Alrighty. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Present.
Councilmember Marsing.
It was working a little bit ago. Uh-oh.
Councilmember McCoy.
Present.
Councilmember Popkin.
Present.
Councilmember Prieto. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Okay, so let's go ahead and stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilmember Christ, are you able to hear us? So I'm wondering if we're going to have to, they can't, I know. Okay.
Lindsay's here to get.
Okay, so we're going to work on the sound. Oh, do we need to unmute the podium?
I was just about to say that I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, that's,
There we go. Okay, now I can hear you.
can you hear us okay?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay.
I had nothing before that.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so we let the record show that Councilmember Christ and Councilmember Marsing are joining us virtually, and they are present. And Councilmember Prieto is present as well. So at this time, the whole meeting is open forum tonight. So in accordance with our council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as followed. So we have, so with open forum, you do not have to be a Longmont resident to speak during the open forum. Each speaker will have 5 minutes tonight, and we will have opportunity for council members, maybe one or two, to respond if you're inclined to do so. Just for the efficiency of our meeting and giving opportunity for everyone, especially those later on the list, to not have to wait for a long time before they're able to speak. So members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. And so that is that. So we are now moving on to our open forum, and the first name on the list is Sharon O'Leary. And those of you this is my way of running the meeting. I do not require that you state your address because it's out there in the public. And I see that everyone put their address on here. So if you just state your name for the record, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Sharon O'Leary. I'm here tonight to talk about a past and hopefully a present. 1999, vote 2A. We did and we won. 2A started as, it started as a going for a new rec center. And things were going extremely well, and we were going to forge ahead. And then the city manager at that time decided that it would be a good idea to add the museum in the senior center and make it a bigger bond and kind of take care of everyone, which in theory was great. But in practice, this would have won on its own. In practice, the give and take, the yin and yang of having enough money and dividing up a pot between 3 people, the day the rec center opened, it didn't have enough pool lanes. Not enough pool lanes at all. And that was because of compromises that had to be made to share the pot. Now, before we took this to council and to the citizens to vote on, we only had Roosevelt Park, which was considered a rec center, and we had Centennial Pool. Centennial Pool at this point is probably on its 7th life, out of 9 if we're lucky, okay? So I'm a little nervous. So then the YMCA closed. And possibly could we purchase and totally rehab an undersufficient, underserving building to meet our today population 26 years later? I don't think so. And so I am here tonight to plead with you. It's a Band-Aid. It's a used car. People enjoyed the facility, but people who swam there knew the roof was falling into the pool. There are many, many problems. If the city wants to do something very wise, they'll buy up all that equipment, put it in storage, and start building a brand-new rec center with enough pool lanes, possibly to host a meet, but if not, enough to at least make sure our seniors and infant swim and recreational swimmers have enough lanes to recreate on a regular basis with their own tax dollar. So I just know, I mean, I don't know, but I know somewhere out there maybe negotiations are going on with the Y, and I say no. We deserve more, and our population, I wish I had the stat on what the population was in 1999 to now. Just think about how much we've just grown in the last 2 years. So what we need to build is a facility that's bigger than the Y. But if we put millions of dollars into rehabbing the Y, it's going to be like this last bond issue, where we open up a day late and thousands of dollars short and not meeting the needs of our citizens. So I'm asking you to thoughtfully pause, wait, plan, but don't buy that used car. It's a big Band-Aid on a gaping wound. And let's take care of all of our citizens. Let's have enough pool lanes and recreational space for seniors, to infants, to teens, to middle-aged people like myself. I think public recreation is probably one of the greatest gifts and the biggest bang you can get for your dollar. I greatly appreciate what you do for us on a day in, day out basis. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, next person on the list, Maureen McCoy. Bless you.
Hello, City Council. My name's Maureen McCoy. I'm here to speak about something that's near and dear to my heart, which is the Callahan House. I serve on a women's group called Questers, and we as Questers from the Longs Peak chapter were fortunate to apply for a grant through our international campaign, and I personally applied for the funding to help cover the cost for the restoration and preservation of the Callahan House dining room set. I'm happy to say that we received that $5,000 grant, and good news that will help pay for the larger sideboard and 2 of the chairs. The whole goal is that Questers should cover the cost of the complete restoration of that project. Questers is one of the oldest women's organizations in the United States. Our whole mission is about restoration, preservation, and education, and I am pleased to have the chair of the Callahan House here to also be aware that we received that funding. Karen Cruz.
say a quick.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you all for the work that you do on council. It is immeasurable, and you are a treasure to our community. Thank you. I want to just say, as I do serve as the Callahan House Board chairperson, I also personally am grateful, having spent over 13, this is my 13th year of serving for the benefit of the Callahan House, and I have never seen a group so committed to historic restoration and preservation as the Questers, and they have been significant in many years of projects of historic restoration and preservation, which is just, it's incredible. And so this group, they're fabulous, and I am personally grateful. And as the chairperson for the Callahan House Advisory Board, serving as the individual in that seat, I can't say enough good things about the Questers and how grateful the Callahan House is and should be because of their efforts. So thank you, Maureen, for everything that you and the Questers do. And thank you, City Council members, for everything you do and all of your support for the Callahan House Advisory Board. And the board, it's such a special gem for our community. I'm truly grateful to be of service. Thank you.
So I'm really thrilled that the main dining room set will continue to serve our community from here on out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for your work on that. I really took it for granted the level of work and commitment that happens behind the scenes to take care of the home and all the events that the team puts together. So thank you so much. Okay, next person on the list, Chris Allred.
Good evening, Council. Hi, my name is Chris Allred, resident of Longmont for about 10 years now, and I also work with Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center. And I do want to start by saying thank you to the Council for holding this open forum. I think it's a great exercise in government transparency and keeping an open forum active, keeping a dialogue active with constituents and the governing body. So really, really want to commend you for holding this event. And I was hoping to bring up tonight the topic of surveillance, which I know has been a very popular movement right now, a very major issue of concern in the community and regionally beyond Longmont as well. And so just from my memory, I remember in December that there was a full house here opposing surveillance, flock cameras, but also I recall it being opposed, the movement opposed to surveillance in general. And so there was a proposal to have the discussion revisited in 3 months. So in March, people showed up again and were still against any sort of AI surveillance infrastructure. And it turned out that night that there was an Axon representative here to very quickly change the policy over from flock to Axon. So I think my concern there is that the community's demand really wasn't addressed to stop implementing any sort of AI surveillance infrastructure, and there really wasn't even an opposing view to have a more critical discussion with that Axon representative. And I think that the community and the council could have really benefited from another viewpoint to share an opposing view from that representative, which is clearly going to frame the issue in favor of Axon. So right now we are seeing abuses of power in our government. I'm not talking locally, I'm talking more nationally. I think there needs to be an investigation into the president using for his position of power to enrich himself and his family and his friends, which I know that's illegal and unconstitutional. And I think there also needs to be investigation into war crimes. I think it's of that level of severity right now. We're seeing a military budget, an NDAA. We're looking at $1.5 trillion for the military budget, which is a massive increase. I think it's like an $800 billion increase from last year. And there are some other very controversial issues within that NDAA. So I bring up that broader political context because that's the political context of what our community faces. And I think that's one of the things on my mind when I look into what's happening on a local level with a surveillance infrastructure, is we're seeing abuses of power at the higher levels of our government, and we should be protesting. We should be making a statement against what's happening at the larger level of our country. So I think that's what the citizens, I know there are a lot of different perspectives, but I think that in general, the citizens oppose surveillance because they oppose abuses of power and violations of privacy. So I was wondering if the council would be open to a study session on the topic, which brings together a balanced study session, brings together experts who can speak to the issue. I know that Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center has interest in this. I know the Visible Government League has interest in this, and there are experts whom we could ask to be on a panel and have a public debate on the issue. I think that would be really valuable, and I'd be curious if members of the council would support that and if we could keep that as an ongoing discussion.
Great. Did we have any council members who wanted to weigh in? Go ahead, Councilmember Popkin.
I appreciate the suggestion and the comments. I'll break the fourth wall here first tonight, and I'll say, would love to maybe follow up with you and understand what topics you'd be interested in, because the topic of surveillance, privacy, public safety can go in a lot of different directions, and so I'd be curious to learn more about what topics you think would be most productive. Is it to adjudicate past decisions, or is it to really look forward? And if it is more to look forward on kind of what are the potential concerns, I would point you towards, and I know Councilmember Marsing and worked very closely with me on kind of coming up with specific language on the Technology Policy Advisory Board that we haven't approved that officially yet, right? But that's coming back, I think, for this fall cycle to kick off, which is in some ways I could see better than a study session, because we're setting up a board that's specifically tasked with discussing this directly, where the public can have these conversations. That's not to say it should be one or the other. So I'd, again, welcome understanding what topics you'd be interested in, but also wanted to just remind you and the public that we do have a Technology Policy Advisory Board coming soon, because we did hear that feedback that these conversations should be held with nuance, with thought, and with intentionality. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I saw Councilmember Marsing, but he put his hand down. Okay, he's good. Fred Dunlap.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Fred Dunlap. Live on Kubat. I'm on the board of directors for the HOA out there. I've been in the city for 35 years. First, I'd like to thank you for holding the forum, and I'd like to thank you for being council members. Oh, good, I get to have a meeting. Oh, that sounds like a horrible thing to me. You guys seem to want to have meetings all the time. I would like to ask you for modification to the city's process to grant short-term rental licenses. I understand this is coming up for a first reading in a few weeks. I'd like you to add a question to the application along the lines of, I certify this property is not short-term rental restricted. And then if they don't answer yes, in other words, it is restricted, don't grant them the license. If they then lie on the form and say it's rentable, and it turns out not to be, their city has some means to revoke the license. The problem we're noting as an HOA is we have an owner who just flaunts the rules and says, well, I don't care. What are you going to do? Fine me? And the answer is yes. The fine is $250 a month, and they're happy to pay the fine. It maxes out at $500. That's nothing compared to what they're making on the short-term rental. The owner is a real estate professional. I suspect their job is buying properties and short-term renting them. If you look on the website that does short-term rentals, you'll see them listed as an all-star short-term rental person. I have contacted the city, and it turns out their license for this property is up for renewal. Maybe it's been renewed by now. And the city knows that this person is not permitted by the HOA rules to rent it, but the city can't restrict that license right now. You can fix this. Maybe have your attorney draft better language than what I had. Kiowa, the Colorado Common Interest Ownership Act, is tying our hands as a board. We can fine them twice, and then we have to sue them. That's nobody's best interest. It burns up our money, it burns up, it's just not a good thing to do. It's not fair to the homeowners. The homeowners bought a property that was stable, obtainable, livable, purchasable. You get the point, right? They bought something, and now this other person comes in and only Airbnbs it. And we can't, as an HOA, do anything about it. 5% of the people win, this one owner. 95% of the people lose. This person has signed 2 separate contracts saying that they will not short-term rent it. Yikes. You guys talk about affordability. Real estate person coming in with the intent of short-term renting it is not helping that. It's not helping it be obtainable. As you know, this is going to get worse with Sundance coming up. Maybe you can address this issue at that time. If you have any questions, go for it. Any comments?
Do you have any questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Fred. Actually, it's mostly a question for staff. Do we know when the short-term rental policy update is coming back to us? Do we have?
August 9th or something.
It's the August 9th meeting?
9th.
Thank you.
Beginning of August.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, the first, okay. So thank you, Fred. And so you clearly were aware of that, but for anyone else who's interested in the short-term rental topic, just wanted to put that on the radar. Thanks, and thanks for your email the other day, Fred. Appreciate it.
Okay. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Fred, for the information. Do also want to point out that we're looking at temporary short-term rentals on that time. So it would be interesting to look at it holistically as well. So I'll be looking for information as well for short-term rentals that we have on a regular basis as well.
Get people to claim that this is rentable, and then if they lie, it's not. That this person is just flaunting the rules. We're trapped. It's frustrating.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention as well. Steve Brinkman?
Good evening, Council. Thank you for hosting this meeting. I'm Steve Brinkman. I live west of town, and you've probably recognized me. I've been up here before. I'm the one that says we ought to close the airport and use that land to build rec centers and and do better things with it than spew lead. But the reason I'm here today is to implore you to keep up your vigilance on these grants from the FAA and to consider using landing fees to replace that grant money. I think that would be a really wise move. It would solve a lot of problems, a lot of complaints we're getting from the citizens. And it would be good just short of shutting the airport down. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and call the next 5 people up. There's 4 seats in the front. Claire McArdle, Rick Hogue, Ellie Skiara, Ryan Forbes, and Kristen Bose. And if I messed up your name, please repeat it on the mic for me.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Claire McCardle. It's great to see you. I have also been here quite a few times in the past few years. I'm a former school teacher, art and PE, then became a professional sculptor after many years going back between Longmont and Italy, working on my big commissions and so forth. I decided to give back more to my community and have hosted in my wonderful studio on our ranch west of town workshops, artist talks, open studios that somehow got in the Longmont paper, and over 100 people showed up wanting marble carving demonstrations and so forth. A few years ago, I had a teen stone carving workshop, and these kids came all day and didn't even stop for lunch. And a little bit to piggyback on the first speaker, I think it's really important as members of society that we pay attention to giving the public, all, like she said, children all the way to seniors, places to come and feel inspired, recreate. And I mean, look, we don't even talk to each other in the line at the grocery store. Well, I do. I'm Irish, so I talk to everybody. But, you know, it's really important for me to, I've built this studio. My husband and I had a legal pad when we first met, and instead of an engagement ring, he built me a big studio. This was our dream, to provide an environment to host places for and workshops and have other artists come. We've had songwriters recording music. Recently, one of my former students is submitting a film for Sundance. She's a Longmont resident, and she came and filmed on our property. So now I'm going to get to my point, is that when she was filming, she had to dismiss her whole crew because of the airplane noise. I've had to cancel trainings and workshops. I want to expand my offerings to, can you imagine vets with PTSD coming to my studio to work in clay, which is something I'm collaborating with Denver artists who want to come up. And there's no schedule. We can't schedule anything anymore. Events, weddings, funerals. I mean, we have this beautiful place, and one after another, and there's no schedule at all. 5:30 to one day was like 8 hours straight, one after another. And so I haven't really wanted to invite people over. We've had yoga and then sculpture in the same day, where people come for 3 or 4 days at a time. We even had people out of state. I've hosted Japanese artists that had bamboo flute and ceremony, and none of that is possible anymore. So I do want to commend you for scrutinizing these FAA guidelines that come with these grants. And like Steve just said, you know, really consider landing fees. I think I always say go up, look 10, 20 years from now, looking back at this city, the decisions you make about that today will be like, oh, it's obvious. So thank you for considering and listening to me. And I know it was a lot, but I'd love to invite you at any time to come over to my studio. Matthew, I know you're a musician, and I have a piano in my studio. I mean, there are things to bring community together, and the arts are really powerful, as you know. And I think there has to be a balance. And close your cell phone. Okay, so thank you so much. And we would love to have coffee or invite you over anytime for a meeting. I have big tables, and I make great Italian espresso. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next person on the list, Rick. You can come on down. And then the mics are on in the front, so those of you who are next to speak, if you want to stay seated at the tables, you can speak into the mic as well. So just throwing that out there.
Mayor Hidalgo Faring and council members present and by Zoom. First, I wanted to say thank you for continuing the public invited to be heard. It's important, and these public forums, I think, are also very helpful and very important. My name is Rick Hogue. I am going to give my address. I live at 353 Grant Street, which is in the older part of town. And my wife Cindy and I have lived there a little over 45 years. And as a member of this council back in the late 1990s, I can say I really appreciate you guys' devotion, the effort, the time, the sacrifices you have to make to be on this council are very much appreciated by me. That being said, I love Longmont. We wouldn't choose any place else to live. The quality of life is wonderful here. We have a little problem, and I'm sort of piggybacking on what the lady just said. Recently, I sent you all a log of just one evening and the next Friday morning. This was actually June 11th and June 12th, of the number of planes that were flying over us in Old Town. And these are ones that they block out what you can say, what you're saying to the person sitting next to you. If you're trying to play some music, they block the music out. And this is not an anomaly. This is happening all the time. Not every day, but most every day. And just last Tuesday, a week ago, on the 30th, I was out in my garden trying to do some gardening, and it was so horrendous. I said, I have got to go in and keep track of this. So I went in, got a yellow pad, came back out, and between the time of 9:38 and 10:41 in the morning, 18 planes flew over me. Now, not everyone was right over above me, but they were all within visible sight, and they were all noisy. They were all loud enough. And so I thought, this is ridiculous. My son, our son, who's an FAA controller and has been for 18 years, he made a nice analogy. He said these planes, and many of them where you see circling around, there's these little white planes, single engines, which apparently, and I've learned, are now associated with a flight school that apparently is moving up or has moved up to Longmont, in addition to being part of Rocky Mountain down in Broomfield. He said those planes are like lawnmowers, gas lawnmowers in the sky. And that's an apt description of what they sound like when they're flying by, whether it's to the north of you heading, west, or the south. They interrupt our peace, peace and quiet. And that was the last parting word from our son, who's the FAA controller. He said, don't ever let those flight schools into your little municipal airport. He said, it's a nightmare. And I don't know where we stand on allowing that flight school into, our little airport, but it's something we absolutely have to consider and look at, because I don't think that's going to go away. If we're going to have a flight school here, there's going to be more and more traffic. And I don't buy the story that, well, the FAA controls everything, and so we don't have any say. I'm sure they have rules. I'm sure they have procedures. They have policies to protect people from certain flight things, but there's a lot that I know we as a city can do. We own that airport, and so there are things that we can do. The only thing worse, my son, who's the FAA controller, said, is the military. You don't want the military coming into your airport. They are actually the worst. The Harriers, you just keep them out. And that ties into what I want to say about federal grants. If you're looking to raise money for a federal, because of the airport, the wear and tear, I understand, everything needs to be kept up. I only have 20 seconds left. Everything needs to be kept up. But taking federal grant money, there's going to be implicit and explicit agreements from the federal government. This is what you have to do with your airport. So before you take any money, let landing fees, cover that. So anyway, thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Okay, I did see a mic. Councilmember Marcin, are you good? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
So Sandy, we're getting some feedback, so maybe if we could turn off these mics. Thank you. And Ellie, correct?
Yes. Good evening, council, mayor, and staff. Thank you for hosting this. The touch and goes are only increasing since 2023. And now in 2026, it is beyond acceptable. In truth, I am exhausted. I've sent numerous emails, phoned Levy Brown to no avail, and I'm starting to wonder who really cares. The air quality the past 3 days has been on ozone alert and quite bad because of the fires in our state. Why do the touch and goes continue to fly and only add to the red air quality? I recently read this regarding Rocky Mountain Flight School. And this is from their, it was a social media thing. Flying out of 2 convenient locations. As one of Colorado's largest independent flight schools, Rocky Mountain Flight School now serves pilots from both Broomfield and Longmont, offering expert instruction and aircraft rentals for every stage of your aviation journey. You heard right, we are expanding to KLMO, which is Longmont. Time to start thinking of all the new possibilities. So my question is, can you tell me what exactly that means? Will the touch and goes only increase with this new addition? So that is a question. Okay. And is Aerosphere still at KLMO, or is it now at Rocky Mountain Metro Airport? I noticed the Aerosphere sign at the airport entrance 2 days ago when I was on my bike traveling west. Isn't Aerosphere corporate offices in Sacramento, California? Could someone explain this 3-way dance of the flight school planes? Because I don't get it. Who's where? Who's paying what? Who has hangars? Who lives over at Rocky Mountain? Who comes to our airport? I mean, if someone could help me with that, that would be really great, because I'm pretty confused. I asked this question at this survey Zoom event. Oh, it was some months ago. And no one has yet to answer it. My question was, what are my rights as a Longmont tax-paying homeowner to clean air? The constant noise is pollution and affects human brain health, especially our nervous systems. Every one of us is affected. And leaded fuel was banned in cars, so why are the flight school planes not a health hazard to our community and each and every one of us? And I know that's a lot of questions, and I don't know. And I do want to thank Jake, because he has answered my emails, and nobody else usually does. You answered one, and it didn't make any sense. Sorry to say, Alex. Anyway, so thank you.
And we have a couple of people in the queue. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. thank you for coming down. I think the last couple of folks that spoke really do represent the number of people that have caught me in the store, have been on social media, and have placed editorials in the newspaper, and have made comment on the TC line, just to name a few locations. People are pretty fed up with it, and I think you're amongst many. We've seen an increase in this. My student told me she was learning to fly out of Rocky Mountain Airport, and she said she was terrified to do touch and goes at her airport because of all the jet traffic and everything. And she said, but she flies over to Longmont because it's a quieter airport, and as a learning pilot, she felt more comfortable. And that's what we're seeing in this. It doesn't make it right. I absolutely agree with you. I think people are fed up with it. I think we've got folks that don't quite understand the graphs of this. We've several emails I've sent to Levi asking pilots to be good neighbors, and I've gotten some pretty snarky responses back that I think that we need to try to be good neighbors. And we ask our pilots to be good neighbors, and we ask the flight schools to be good neighbors and be respectful. And there are areas when they are doing their touch and goes that they can fly in a pattern. But we're seeing from the VNAP maps, just anything goes sort of trails that they're taking, and it's just kind of remarkable. And I understand that people are trying to learn to fly, but this is a small hobbyist recreational airport, and so I look forward to next week's conversation about this, because although there is no proof, no evidence, and it's highly unlikely that any sort of change in regards to noise levels will change if we look into landing fees. But one thing will change, that the people that are flying and using the airport will be the ones that are paying the cost of the airport. And we need to certainly have it fiscally sound. So it doesn't solve your problem. I get that. But I want to thank you for coming down.
Okay.
Councilmember Popkin.
Hi, Matthew.
Hi, Ellie. Thank you for sharing your concerns. I know we've emailed many times about some of the issues you faced. Thank you to the other people who have raised concerns on this. There have been changes in the last few years, and it has impacted quality of life. I don't think there's any denial about that. How we go about that is important. I wanted to specifically, and how we go about that is important, and going to be informed by multiple studies and reports that we have coming in the next few weeks. That's not to say there will be a decision inherently. There's going to be a lot of information and policy decisions to work through. But for you and others who are tracking this, and I know I've tried to send updates as relevant as possible. That is the timeline we're looking at now for when we get kind of updated recommendations on how we can modernize the airport and the operations that come with it. To your specific question, or at least one of them, on what's going on with the different flight schools, I can answer that. So Aerosphere was a flight school based out of Longmont. They were their ownership changed. Rocky Mountain Flight School bought them, basically bought them out, and so now they're operating their operations with the planes that Aerosphere used to use. So in terms of like understanding what's happened, I'm not saying that's good or bad. Just a factual statement in terms of the process that happened and kind of who's operating where.
And so why did they purchase that? I
can't speak to the business decisions that they made. I'm just answering the question as to who owns what and who's operating.
So why is the sign still up at the airport?
I don't know.
We haven't taken it down.
And they probably have a hangar for sure. Yeah?
My understanding is Aerosphere's operations have been, as a company here in Longmont, is no longer operating there.
But they are at Rocky Mountain Airport, and they can still come up here.
I don't think so. I don't think they're at RMMA. Jen, did they move down to RMMA instead? I don't think so.
Well, who bought them?
Rocky Mountain Flight School bought them.
Right, and they're based out of Rocky Mountain Metro Airport.
Yeah, I wasn't debating that. I was just
Yeah.
saying that the ownership, you had asked who's operating where.
Okay.
Rocky Mountain Flight School
But
bought
that-
Aerosphere, and that's
Right.
that's what
right.
they're doing.
And think of the possibilities now. They can come here and
Oh, I
fly
heard
more
your I heard
planes.
the tagline.
Ooh, yeah.
Again, not saying for or against. I'm just saying, factually speaking, that's what happened.
That would
from-
happen.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so
for coming.
Aerosphere no longer exists here.
As an
and-
operating flight school, correct.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ellie, for coming. I know this is intimidating, coming and speaking on
Thank you.
camera and on microphone. And yes, there's a lot of information that we're having to digest and send out as concisely as we can in some of our emails. And yes, it does get very detailed in some of the emails, and clarity sometimes gets lost. And I'm happy to, have a conversation with you if you ever want to, with coffee, so we can better communicate, because trying to regurgitate something on FAA grants kind of gets a little bit complicated. But more to come on, the following meetings on the 14th and then also the 28th. Unfortunately, the 28th is going to be past the deadline for the FAA grant, so after the rates and charges study. So there's some things that we're kind of working through, but happy you have my contact information. Definitely would love to have a conversation with you so we can work through it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ryan Forbes. Okay, Kristen Bose. And then as she's working her way up, if David Bird, Ginny Schuster, Darren, and Debbie Odom, and Betty Tobias can make their way forward.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm going to start with, it does not make me feel better to know that the most inexperienced pilots are the ones who are now flying over my neighborhood and my children's school. In a recent City Council meeting, the Ward 2 representative stated that it would be irresponsible to decline the federal grant money to repair the Vance Brand taxiway. Yet Longmont's police department refused to take a grant because of the egregious terms of federal grants. The police department is prioritizing a moral standard, and I believe it would be irresponsible of council to take grant money and violate that moral standard. It was also stated that the FAA grant being considered is the largest that has been requested by Longmont. So can someone please tell me the amount of the requested grant, as well as the amount needed to repair the taxiway, and briefly explain the disparity?
Was it 1.5? I'm trying to remember who's 1.6 mil plus the match, 700,000. I'm trying to go up. There's a lot of numbers in my brain trying to remember that. So I think it was 1.6 million, but we have staff member Jen Newton.
Good evening. And I also have more questions.
Okay,
So-
yeah.
Okay.
We paused your clock.
Okay. Oh, you did. All right, go ahead. Continue.
So the contract component, which is not necessarily the grant component, is $746,000 and change to do this construction work. I'll have to pull up exactly what is the grant, but that larger amount is for both the design and the construction. So those two grant items like roll up into that $1.6 million. So I can get the specificity on the grant related to the construction, but the construction contract itself is $764,000.
Okay. And this was a part 2 of 2. So last year or a year and a half ago, we had approved the first half. So it was a whole other council that approved the first half. So that locked us in to having to pay for the taxi lane, whether it's through a grant process or pulling out of general fund dollars. And one of the, in a discussion, I think it was with this council, where we had discussed moving forward with federal grants, we are being very frugal on the types of grants that we are asking for, just because, given what's happening at the federal level and uncertainties. So there's a conflict with moral value structures, I guess, values that, that don't necessarily apply with Longmont values. So we have been in all departments, transportation, FAA, public safety, in all areas, we've been more thoughtful about the types of grants that we are moving forward. This was like a one of two, or part two of two, that was already in the works for happening.
And so this second one isn't a larger amount than
It
just
was
the amount
a lo-
needed for the taxiway?
It was, so this is to cover the taxi lane.
it's
And
still
I'm trying to
larger than
look
the
up
cost.
yeah. I mean, I've been here since 2019 and I'm still trying to figure this out. I am pulling up, if there's any other council members who want to chime in while I'm looking at the grant. Otherwise, you can continue, because I know you had more that you wanted to say.
All right, well, in that same council meeting, the councilperson from Ward 1 said that by accepting this grant, we would only be extending our FAA obligations by 1 year, since the city accepted a grant last year. It's also been stated that the airport hasn't generated enough revenue to cover the cost of these repairs, and the city doesn't have other funds to use for this repair, which is a breach of the regulations for this city-owned facility. So how can the city break the cycle of repeatedly needing grant money year after year if the airport doesn't start generating its own revenue? Well, I understand the airport currently generates money through hangar leases and fuel sales. For the flight school businesses coming here from other airports and doing repetitive touch-and-go loops in Longmont, they pay neither a hangar lease nor purchase fuel here. So can you please tell me why these businesses are not contributing to the airport operations and maintenance, nor covering the cost of repairs of damages caused by their flights, and tell me if the city receives any benefit at all from flights such as these?
Okay. Councilmember Kalkofer.
And then correct me if I'm wrong, the FAA grants is how we're getting paid back for some of these uses, but the taxiway is used more for local pilots. The touch and go operations won't be using the taxiway.
Right, but for damages to the runway, they're certainly doing that. And eventually, we're going to have some grant that has some assurance that we have to keep the runway in good shape.
Correct.
Who's going to pay for that?
And there'll probably be grants for that as well, FAA grants
Right.
for that.
So we're continually obligated to these grants.
Correct.
And so in our July 28th meeting, we will be looking at the rates and charges study to look at other means of collecting revenue for the airport. So then, it's not just an automatic cut, but it's just this gradual release of where, creating a more self-sustaining airport. So that's one of the things I think we're looking at, the governance, the self-sustainability of the airport, operations, there's so many, and community impact. So there's all these, I look at it as all these buckets that we're looking at. And council, as we look at the vision and what we want, what we envision for the airport, or what our community is telling us as well, what they would like to see, we're looking at the whole scope, but they're falling in different buckets. So FAA grants might cover, this particular one would cover the operational piece or the infrastructure piece. But we have other pressing issues that we're trying to navigate as well, including community impact, self-sustainability of the airport, governance structure. So there's a lot of it. I did look, so total project cost is 1.6 million. The FAA AIP funds, 95% is 1.5 million. And then we have a CDOT grant for 41,000, and then the city share is 41,000. Does that, okay. I think I found the right document. So, yes.
And if I
So there's
may.
the total cost, and then the grant, and then the matching dollars. Go ahead.
There are two FAA grants, one that is for $412,000 and change, and one that is for $313,000 and change. And the CDOT component is that 41,604, and that
Yes.
local match is also 41,607.
607. Okay. Okay. It's very tangled. So, thank you.
Okay.
And did you?
I do have more, yes.
Okay, yes, continue,
So
yeah.
I did not hear a benefit from those flights.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Councilmember Prieto, were you wanting to respond to this one? Go ahead.
To that question. And maybe Jen, she looks like she took off on me here, but I believe that there's, I don't know the specifics, and I'm sure that staff could give you the specifics, but I believe that the gas that they use and they fill up on, I think that there's some type of kickback that the city of Longmont gets on to their airport, if I'm not mistaken. That might not be the correct verbiage and word for word, but it's based off of how much fuel they're using and using our airport. I think that there's, and Matthew might be able to speak to it a little bit better. So there is some. Now, I think the difficulty is when we're looking at our airport, like what funding could we use for what purposes? And so it's not like it goes into one big bucket and we can say, okay, our taxiway needs to be repaired. Let's just use it out of this bucket. Every specific funding that we receive, all the money that we receive, depending on where it's coming from, depends on what we can use it for. And I think that's where we get our hands tied. And then just to talk a little bit more to when we get the rates and charges study, we're going to look a little bit more in depth as well as to like what funding can we get and what can it be used for? What is our airport needing and what is the direction we're wanting to go? So we're definitely looking at all of those aspects as well. But to your specific question, I think as far as the gasoline piece, I think that is a benefit that our airport does receive.
Even if they don't purchase it here?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's what our airport manager was explaining to me once. But again, staff can probably tell you the specifics of it.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
I'll let you finish your time in a moment. Can we pause our time for a second? Thank you. I'll let you finish in a moment. I just wanted to clarify on that. So it's not a kickback, but it's a fuel flowage fee. It's 6 cents a gallon for people who fill up here at the airport.
And if they don't, though?
If they don't need to buy gas here, then they're not.
Because they're just doing the loops and they leave?
If they don't need to buy gas here,
We
my
get
understanding
zero.
is that they're not paying that. Because it's tied to, it's like a fuel tax. It's
Yep.
like a gas tax, like you pay.
Okay. So speaking of the rates and charges study, do you believe there's any conflict of interest, given the company chosen to do the rates and charges study and the law firm advising the city about the airport have a history with Jefferson County and Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, which is the base for many of these flights using Vance brand solely for training operations? And do you believe that the output of the rates and charges study will truly be in the best interest of Longmont and Longmont residents?
Put my mic on. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thanks for the question. I think we're very sensitive when it comes to conflicts of interest. You can see that in our previous meeting where we chose not to do the amicus brief with the town of Superior, and also we had some conflict with that law firm as well. So we are aware of conflict of interest, and we are weighing that with our legal counsel here in the city. And when there is a conflict, that's when we have other representation represent us. So we are aware of it and we are cognizant of it. So hopefully that helps you a little bit, but I don't know if anybody has.
Yeah, I think, yes, you've addressed, we are sensitive to that piece, as well as, the law firm, they did not give us any kind of legal advice for the, when we were discussing the amicus brief, because they were a party to the lawsuit. So they as well are very cognizant, as much as we are, that we didn't want to.
Then should we have a law firm that represents us instead of one that has a conflict?
So they, in that particular piece, because there was a lawsuit, so they were representing Rocky Mountain or Jefferson County in that case. So in that particular case, that would have been uncomfortable. That would have presented, I think we felt that it would present a conflict. So in other realms, I mean, just through professionalism, I mean, they have their own code of ethics that they have to follow as well. So they're not going to be guiding us, as well as we also have our legal counsel. So we have Kaplan Kirsch, but we also have our own city legal. So we are looking at getting points of view from all, including taking in what residents have shared with us, aviation have shared with us. So looking at all points of view. So, I mean, we've received legal advice and we've decided we're not going to go that way, to much dismay of some of our legal team. So, that's, it does become then our decision and our purview. So we're not just listening to one entity and ignoring all the other aspects. I think, especially with this, what I've noticed with this council is that they're very in tune and doing the research. So that is something I appreciate about y'all. So, but I do see, and so did that, I feel like there was another question you had before I call Councilmember Marcin. It was just the conflict.
Are you going to trust the rates and charges study, knowing that it came from a firm that has a history with our MMA?
So I do. But am I going to only listen to that point of view? No. There's several other components and other points of view that we are bringing in as well.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make the point quickly, and it's good to see you. I have been listening carefully to this conversation, and we've heard all of these points before in a number of ways because the community has these questions. I think the only thing I would mention is in regards to rates and charges, I will certainly view it with a more skeptical eye and a more questioning eye than maybe I would have, otherwise. But the point I want to make to the broader community is that
this is like when the airplanes are flying over my house, and it's really hard to focus on my work. So
you
just
have
for
her
an
paused,
example,
right? Yes.
And we can't turn it
we
off.
have your time paused. So.
The thing that I would just mention is that the procurement process, we followed the procurement process here, and I trust staff to do that. And I say this a lot, but the last thing I want, and we see this at the federal level, is elected officials deciding winners and winners and losers in government contracts. That's not what I want to see happen. So I am hopeful that we will get a product that is relevant, that has good data. I'm looking forward to it. It is the next piece in this long-term puzzle. I am a little more skeptical than I otherwise would have been because of the community's feedback on this process, but I am completely confident that we followed our procurement process, and the procurement process landed with the right, I won't say the right result, but the appropriate result in how this lands. And we'll see what the study says. So I just wanted to mention that, procurement and the way that contract was chosen specifically is a challenging and complicated thing that is rightfully not in the hands of us as council. Because I certainly don't want electeds, picking and choosing winners and losers in government contracts.
Thank you. You still have a minute 30. Go ahead.
Excellent. I have a final question.
Yes.
I am looking for a recommendation for a restaurant in town to enjoy an outdoor meal without being disrupted by the sound of an airplane reminding me that there is leaded fuel exhaust falling into my food. Do any of you have a recommendation for where I can go?
Councilmember Popkin.
I have multiple. Happy to offer those to you, but I'm not in the business of picking winners and losers up here, so happy to talk to you separately. But I do have many. I appreciate you listening to my comments carefully last time because you pulled a few of those out for your comments, and I appreciate that. I do think, Councilmember Marcin brought up some great questions last time about the federal grant terms and assurances that were in that. I asked the question about the public safety grant, that the COPS hiring grant that you had referenced as well. Those were fundamentally different terms and conditions, and they are not apples to apples. And I get the point that you were trying to make, but in the spirit of honest dialogue here, I will say that those were fundamentally different topics and constraints and strings attached. And we looked at that carefully, and we have been for the last year and a half, both in executive sessions for legal advice and in council sessions. We've looked at those terms in terms of what they're committing us to and what requirements we are obligated to meet. So I appreciate that those are both. I appreciate that you are seeing us kind of look at these carefully. These were fundamentally different terms and conditions. I get that there might be impacts of those commitments, for sure. There absolutely are. And as someone who has written many federal grants for communities on various topics, we do look at those. I will say, and this is probably not a popular thing to say with people, but based on the comments I said last time, my position on this is unchanged for this FAA grant. I think it would be irresponsible for us to decline this. But that doesn't mean that this negates the value and the feedback and the concerns that people have shared. And those are two different things. How we run and finance the airport very much matters. Where we get that funding from also matters. And what we're taking funding from to the mayor's point last time, also matters. We don't have 700,000 or 1.6 million at this point to pull from the general fund for this. It would be irresponsible for us to take from something else to do this when this was already something we're committed to. But I don't want us to anchor towards this grant because that's not the long-term solution anyway for this. It's how we fund and finance the airport overall. The rates and charges study that multiple people have mentioned, the voluntary noise abatement program improvements that are coming back, you've seen me skeptical in the airport advisory board meetings last year of that very exact program, and trust me, that skepticism continues. I would love to make it as effective as possible, and that doesn't mean that that is the only strategy here either. We're pulling out a toolbox, hopefully over the next couple months, to chisel away at this in different ways. And if we can make a 5% difference with this tool, and a 5% difference with this tool, and a 10% difference with this tool, I'm all for all three of those tools. So let's figure out what that toolbox actually looks like. In this case, declining, and there might be some different opinions here, but I'll just note that I think that the declining this FAA grant at this moment is not a responsible action for us, and so I don't want us to anchor towards that as the strategy here. That doesn't negate the feedback and the concerns that people have brought forward. It just means how we solve that matters. So I appreciate those comments. You're welcome to respond with the 75 seconds you have left. Yeah.
I'm still looking for a restaurant recommendation.
Yeah. We're offline because we have a great many wonderful restaurants. Okay.
All right, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Next person, David Byrd.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. I'll be reading for Linda Lee, who I believe has appeared here before. Couldn't make it because her brother's in the hospital. So I figured I'd help her out and read for her. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight again to ask for compassion for medically vulnerable residents who need to keep their analog meters. 2 of those residents are my brothers. Tonight, I'm asking for a narrow amendment to the municipal code to create a medically based analog opt-out. Longmont spent roughly $14 million on smart meters, yet there has been no clear public demonstration this investment has reduced overall electric use in Longmont. If the city is serious about sustainability, then the results of this program should be transparent to taxpayers and to city leaders. Recently, the city recognized that mega data centers are incompatible with Longmont's energy and climate goals and banned them. Yet smaller and mid-sized data centers are still allowed. These facilities are, in plain language, energy guzzlers, and so it is difficult to understand why the city can tolerate that electric usage burden while treating a very small number of analog meters for medically vulnerable residents as unacceptable. We paid for smart meters that have not shown documented electric use savings, while small and medium data centers remain welcome under the code. A single small data center can consume as much electricity as thousands of households, and mid-sized facilities consume even more. That is the kind of electric load Longmont is still willing to allow. Last year, Longmont Power and Communications, or LPC, put residents through appeals simply for trying to keep analog meters. Council was told last August about the nature of those proceedings, the hearings that were cruel and demeaning. Every one of us, the appellants, were ordered by the, quote, independent hearing officer to have our power shut off. That is not logical. That was punitive for daring to ask to keep our analog meters. Some residents asked City Council for investigations into transcripts and recordings and never received a response. That is not transparency. That is not compassion. We have been waiting for a year, in fact, in a precarious limbo for Longmont to add a very simple medically necessary analog opt-out option to the city code, and thus tonight's request, a limited analog meter opt-out for residents with medically documented conditions. Out of roughly 50,000 meters, accommodating perhaps a dozen analog meters would be a negligible exception and would not undermine the city's metering program. The human stakes are, however, not negligible. I'm a full-time caregiver for my 2 adult brothers. Both have metal implants in their brains because of genetic brain disease and require 24-hour care. Their metal implants can heat in the presence of RF radiation, or the smart meters, and kill adjacent brain cells, which for my brothers could mean additional brain damage or worse. Our analog meter has been left in place for now, but we live with the constant fear that it could be removed, and other residents have already reported serious health effects after meter swaps occurred without consent or accommodation. What kind of city refused to accommodate a few residents with special medical needs? LPC has argued that allowing a few analog meters would be a burden, yet the number of residents making this request has only been about a dozen. A specific statement to this council also needs to be addressed. On September 9, 2025, the council was told that analog meters could not be allowed because they are refurbished and do not come with a warranty, including for fire. That is misleading. The Landis-Gear warranty available online covers defective meters, including AMI and digital opt-out meters, but it does not cover meter-initiated fire. Warranty concerns, therefore, do not justify denying a medically based analog opt-out. The real barrier is not warranty, it's policy. It is whether City Council is willing to protect some of the most medically vulnerable members of this community. Other states have recognized this need. Nevada's only opt-out is a true analog meter, for instance, and California also provides analog meters as an option. Longmont is not being asked to invent something new. It is being asked to catch up and to show compassion. A draft amendment to the municipal code is being submitted for your consideration. The request therein is simple: to prioritize the health and safety of medically vulnerable residents by creating a narrow analog meter opt-out. If Longmont is willing to allow energy-intensive data centers for business and AI, then it should also be willing to help a very small group of residents with medical needs keep their analog meters. Accommodating this small group would have no impact on electric use savings. Longmont City Council should add an analog opt-out option to the municipal code without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Schuster?
Hi, Ginny Schuster. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to ask you to drop ranked choice voting in our city. For me, I see three downsides that I wanted to share: cost, complexity, and risk of confusing voters. So the cost, I've heard a minimum of $100,000. Well, isn't Longmont facing significant budget pressures right now? The complexity. One of the claimed benefits of ranked choice voting is it gives more voice to independent and smaller party candidates. It achieves this unearned vote manipulation using a mathematical algorithm. This mathematical algorithm reassigns votes from one candidate to another candidate. Isn't the whole idea of our political system to build coalitions that support a candidate? How does modifying votes build community coalition? Third, risk of confusing voters. This is a voting scheme confusing voters because it's a mathematical algorithm that few people understand the underlying calculation. How is voting for multiple candidates better than voting for one candidate? Do you feel it's fair to have your vote go to a candidate that you didn't vote for? So again, how does modifying votes build community coalition? So I'm asking you again to drop ranked choice voting and to protect democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Jenny. I see your red sweater and you're so much taller in person.
I should have seen that.
Yeah, no, I just want to mention really quickly, I appreciate you. I know you've come and spoken before on RCV and the concerns about RCV. I want to just clarify, and this is really for the community. There's no algorithm associated with RCV. It's not a math equation on the back end. It's essentially a question of, if you have 4 candidates in a race, you get the option to rank them 1 through 4, right? Your vote would then go, so first vote goes to your first choice. It's that vote. If they become eliminated from the rest of the competition, it goes to your second vote. So it actually prioritizes, in my personal view, it prioritizes one person, one vote, rather than, it's not some computer algorithm that reassigns votes. You also have the option in an RCV system, Ginny, if you decided to only vote for one candidate and just rank them as your first and only choice. You would have that option. in the system if that's what you wanted to do. But I just wanted to clarify that, because I think when people hear, math problem or there's an algorithm involved, that's just not what it is. And I know that it's confusing to me. I've learned a lot about it in the last year, and I appreciate people's questions about it. My understanding of it is that it's a lot simpler than that, and I just wanted to put that out there for the community to hear, because this is going to be an ongoing conversation. And ultimately, just so everybody's aware, this is ultimately going to be up to voters. If we do decide as a council to refer a charter amendment, if we do, it's ultimately up to voters, and not necessarily we are determining to do it. So I think that's a conversation to be had. I just wanted to mention that.
Well, I'd like to respond to that, because I've been doing a lot of reading about it. And it basically is a computer program that somebody's got to write. And there are different systems that can be done. So there are different ways. There's more than one system and that's why I call it a mathematical algorithm, because somebody's got to write it. And when you dig into it, you will find that there are different ways that it can get written for how that works. Therefore, I'm calling it a mathematical algorithm. So my thought is, this is not democracy doing it this way. And I feel very strongly that people who have to study 4 candidates to vote for one person, and then your candidate that you are behind, excuse me, does not make it, that's not a fair system.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Jenny, thank you for coming down. And I think my biggest issue here, and I'll say it again when we do have this conversation, that it is around the idea that there's certain things that this council puts on ballots. Those things are things associated where we are going to hold the deed afterwards, like a library or a rec center. Those things are things where it's obvious we have to do something in regards to the public safety, like our police and fire bond that we're talking about for helping pay for that. But things that people just want because they're new and different and shiny and might be a different way of doing things should be the sort of thing that I see different groups out here right now, let's say, wanting to expand our county commissioners. They're getting a signature at a time. And that's how it's supposed to be done. That's the democracy part. That's the education part. And that's the problem that I've had with this group that's wanting to push ranked choice voting. There are things that we as a council can put on the ballot, and there are things that we shouldn't be putting on the ballot, and letting folks who want more democracy, or so they believe this is the pathway to more democracy, should go out and get those signatures. If there's such support, then they'll go and get it. And so that's kind of my different way of looking at it. And part of it is that then at that point, there's your opportunity for education. And I think this is just a way of cost saving if they get the council to put it on. And I won't be supporting anything that is in that realm. I think we have to keep focused on us owning the deed, or what it's good for the safety and security of the citizens of Longmont. So I think it's a different spin on what your issue is and what you're looking at. But and I do think that there are a certain amount of our population, a growing portion of our population, that who is pretty consistent in voting, which is our senior population, that will find this confusing. And I know we'll come in and we'll get some sort of song and dance about how it really isn't that way, but it is. I teach civics every day. I understand this complexity of this idea. It's an idea, and with all the things that we'd have to do to change our way of setting up our city elections.
Yeah.
It's a half-baked idea, but it's certainly something that we will have to cross that bridge in the near future here.
Okay.
I do have a question, though. When you were talking about the machines or the math component, are you talking about multi-winner or single winner option? Because there's two types. So if like our at-large race where you pick the top two candidates, the ones with the highest two votes for the top two end up on council. But then we have single winner, which is your mayor, your wards, and the one at-large seat. So we currently have, the state of Colorado does have the technology to do the single winner. We do not have, according to the Secretary of State, we do not have the multi-winner ready to go right now.
Which is the ranked choice voting. that
No,
we're
ranked
talking
choice voting, you could do single winner, but you can also have the option for multi-winner. And so really, and there's a couple of things that I want the public to know. We could, as a council, if we wanted to, just make an ordinance change and make this ranked choice voting, we're going to do this. The reason why I like the idea of having it on a ballot is because then the people of Longmont decide this is the voting mechanism we want or we don't want it, rather than the 7 of us up here deciding to make an ordinance change. It actually becomes the decision of the voters. Now, with council bringing it forward, then we can choose the type of language. So rather than public, so if public comes in and they get an initiative on the ballot and they say, we want multi-winner, we want to change the, where we have all at large in one and we have wards in another. I mean, they would call the shot. So if they get it on the ballot and it passes, then it's under the language that the group has decided to bring forward.
Well, my
Whereas
understanding-
us, we would be the ones to pick the language that meets the needs of staff, our procedure, and where we're comfortable.
Well,
Go ahead.
I appreciate your discussing all of this. As I dig into it, I didn't realize that there are different systems out there for ranked choice voting. So, and I didn't dig into it that far, but I saw examples of 4 different types of ways that you can do ranked choice voting. Well, that brings up human error, to me. And I've been in the computer where you write code and stuff like that, so I know mistakes are made. And so when we're talking about you don't get to determine on the voting day who won, well, that leaves a lot of question for people, not only the candidates, but the people of your city. And the longer it draws out, the more questions people are going to be asking about their government.
Yeah.
So why not get back to the way we were? Look through our ballots, make sure that the people who vote show ID. I mean, you got to show ID to buy liquor. Every place you go, you have to show your ID. And why not do that here? Clean up our voter
Thank you. Yes.
registry and do it.
Thank you for your perspective. I did take notes on that.
Love it.
Okay.
Thank
Do we
you.
have?
Thank
did
you
you
all.
want to weigh in? Okay. Darren Odom.
I'm going to see you about from here. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I appreciate what you do, and my name is Darren Odom. I am a 22-year resident of Longmont. I've been in Golden Pond Estates for 16 years, and tonight the decision to accept more FAA money is fresh on your minds. I'm sure everyone has talked about it. I hope the concerns of the residents that the residents have raised about those decisions don't fall on deaf ears. Taking FAA money is a shortcut, and I know it's not free money. It provides short-term convenience in exchange for federal obligations that can limit Longmont's flexibility as as we know, for decades. The FAA requires airports do available mechanisms to self-fund, to become financially self-sustaining as possible. And that should have been our first starting point before returning back to federal funding. And as I understand the timeline, airport fees were proposed, approved, and then brought back for another vote, then rejected. Now the city says that it lacks money for taxiway repairs and must once again return to FAA money. This is exactly the cycle that we should be breaking. Had Longmont kept the original fee decision and started charging reasonable lawful fees for repeated use, this public asset, particularly by outside operators conducting consistent training loops, would already be building this dedicated infrastructure reserve. We might not have funded the entire taxiway immediately, but we would be well on our way, and more importantly, we'd have begun creating a durable, self-funding model instead of returning back to federal grants. And I'm not saying this is a binary decision. The easy answer is to take grant money. The responsible answer is to ask why the airport hasn't first exhausted every reasonable source of user-generated revenue. Outside pilots and flight schools repeatedly use our runway, taxiways, and airfield. And I actually created, so everyone can see remotely here as well. I created a website that allows you to see the actual use of our little runways. And this is one day. This is one day of circles. And I've highlighted my house there in Golden Ponds. I see about 300 passes a day over my house. Outside pilots, flight schools repeatedly use our runways, taxiways, airfield, and surrounding neighborhoods. Many touch down and circle over Longmont homes and leave without buying fuel, meaningfully contributing to the local economy. They receive the benefit. Longmont residents absorb the cost. And the idea that these circling planes somehow drop wads of cash on our town is just false. This website actually measures the number of times they stop, and most of them never stop. They fly up to Broomfield. From Broomfield, they circle 10 to 20 times, and then they leave back home, leaving sound and air pollution behind. Check for yourself at circlejerks.live. It's a real website. Federal money is, once it's accepted, the FAA obligations are then used as a standard response whenever residents ask. So when we email, and thank you for those who have replied to my email. I appreciate that. When you email Levi, his standard response is, "Our hands are tied. The FAA won't allow it." The city lacks authority, and the airport must remain available and on federally defined terms. This is why the grant is not merely a taxiway decision. It's a decision about whether Longmont should continue relying on federal money or begin requiring airport users to pay their fair share. Longmont owns this airport. Self-sufficiency should be the rule here.
Thank you. Oh, no applause. Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
It was Darren, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. Appreciate the map there, the creative naming, and your comments. I wanted to clarify a couple things that you said, just for the public's understanding. First, and then I just had a question for you as well. First of all, I think the fees structure you were referring to from last fall's discussions were on landing fees. It did not pass. It was advanced from first reading to second reading, like most of our ordinances, but it wasn't like approved and then clawed back, just from a process standpoint.
Okay, gotcha.
So, and even if it had been, we still would have conducted a rates and charges study to figure out what to set the rates at for a federal justified. So there wouldn't have been a fee that would have gone into place at that time. The mechanism would have just been enabled.
Totally get it.
So just wanted to clarify, like we're not like losing out on revenue at this point. We're understanding now at this point what's the rates and charges to make a justifiable and responsible decision as to what the financial structure should be for our various user fees for many of the reasons that you articulated. You also made an interesting comment, and I had a question back at you. You said the easy way would be to take grants when we should be getting as many user fees as possible. Paraphrasing maybe slightly there, but I think I'm pretty close to the spirit. Just out of curiosity, would you support a toll for each road that we have to extract as many user fees as possible before we accept a federal transportation grant for updating our roads?
No, because we'd pay taxes on those.
We pay taxes for the aviation stuff too. So
yeah, we pay for aviation, and we pay for roads.
Correct.
Through taxes.
Correct. There are taxes involved in both.
Yeah, but we're not talking about regular citizens using it. This is outside users. We're not talking about residents of Longmont. We're talking about people from outside Longmont.
I understand the
90%.
differentiating, but we have people who come in and drive. Again, look, I'm looking at the principle that you're espousing here as to like whether we should apply that to our airport decision, right? And for the sake of discussion, we have people who drive through Longmont who don't live here or work here as well in our community, through the community as well. They're putting wear and tear. They're not paying to use the roads.
If there were a mechanism to do that, sure, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Have you listened to Hover at night?
I've listened to many roads at night. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Debbie Odom?
I know, yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
My case, you will not have a problem seeing me on the camera. Okay, obviously, my name is Debbie Odom. I've lived in Longmont for 20 years. Like Darren said, we live off of Golden Ponds. We are not airport haters. We love where we live. We loved when they put Likens Gulch in. We biked with our kids when they were little to Flight Deck Grill. We bring them there. We've had pilots come and put our kids in their planes and show them about it. We see the benefit that it brings to the community that we have, but something has definitely changed in the last 3 years. I don't think anybody is debating that. The number of touch and goes is making it tremendously difficult to live in the neighborhood. We love our neighborhood. We have this idyllic neighborhood that Longmont would love to showcase. Kids run from house to house. We have neighborhood events. We take care of each other. The floods happen. We all banded together. Now our neighborhood is inside. We are inside the majority of the time because the planes going overhead is impossible to do anything with. We just tried to have a neighborhood event recently, or I think it was a graduation party for someone here in the audience, and it was nonstop during this poor kid's graduation party. So that is the problem. We're not people who hate the airport. We hate the people who are using the airspace above our airport and not having any respect for the people below. So we understand limitations. We understand that decisions were made before you guys that are now affecting, and that you're now having to deal with all of those decisions. We're not asking the city to defy the FAA. We're not asking the city to undo the past. We're asking you guys to stop focusing on the tools that you don't have and focus on what we can do. We're hearing a lot of our hands are tied. Emails go to Levi Brown, diplomatic responses come back with our hands are tied. There's not much that we can do. And I guess we're really tired of hearing that. There are things that we can do. This independent consultant that was hired talked so much about how great our VNAP plan is, how it's such a great plan. But it's not being put in use. Like you can see on here, the black indicates in one point of the VNAP plan is to show them where they're supposed to be flying. I never, ever, ever, ever see anybody following that. They're not following that. They're going way outside, way over neighborhoods. People as far as Lake McIntosh can hear this. So here you have something where, yes, you guys put all of the effort into making a VNAP plan, but who's measuring it? Who's teaching it? Who's making sure that there is data being collected? My husband built a website in an afternoon that tells us who these cowboys are that are changing the direction of the runway that they're supposed to be taking off on 29 and less wind, blah, blah, blah. There's How can he collect all of that data, see who the repeat offenders are, know their tail numbers, know where they're located from? We have all of this data, and nothing is being done to contact these people. Nothing is being done to reach out to these people. You have hired an airport manager who was a former flight instructor from RMMA and from McAir Aviation, who has connections, who knows these people, who is also has the ability to talk to them. And even from your comment before, you get snarky comments back. That's the kind of people that we have to deal with, to ask them to have respect for the neighborhoods that are over us. That's why there's so much frustration here. There's also, really quickly, I did my own research. I called Rocky Mountain. I said, hey, we have this VNAP plan. How do you guys teach it to the ones? It's not taught. Is it part of the curriculum? No, it's not part of the curriculum. How do they know about it? There's a poster. Do you guys ever go to a break room and you see the workers' comp posters that they make you put up there? How many of you guys actually ever step and read those? Nobody's reading it. Our own pilot on that call that we had a couple of months ago, there was a pilot that said, the problem here is that the VNAP isn't being taught. Nobody knows about the VNAP. So why are we not using this tool? My daughter has a friend, much like what you were saying, who's learning how to fly. He has done hours and hours and hours of St. Vrain. He was out front and I was talking to him. I had to pause my conversation. I said to him, did they teach you about the VNAP when you're up there? He said, no, I had no idea. It was so loud down here. This is somebody who's done hours and hours of training. So that's my take on this. I know my time is going down, but we have this VNAP. Use it, measure the data, teach it, manage it, sorry, my mouth is getting so dry. Report it transparently and then follow through with it. If you're going to put all of this effort into making this, then have somebody be responsible for calling them, for teaching, for having outreach. You guys put so much marketing into who our next mascot should be in Monty. And why can't we put that much marketing into asking these people, why can't we be as annoying as they are about getting them to stop with the loops over and over a house? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I want to thank you for coming down, both of you, and I want to thank you for showing that map. There is, I did ask about who those pilots were. I asked about that. I never got the correct response. Yeah. I wanted to know. I wanted to go out and have a conversation with them, or go over to Rocky Mountain and have a conversation with them and let them know that the community's tired of it. And when I look at that left-hand side where the least amount of population is, and if you show that again, I asked, could you do that? And on a day that I had seen the VNAP as being a pretty still day, I got the response back that, it's the wind conditions. Mm-hmm. And the thing is that whether you are flying, the left side, you can fly either direction on this, depending on what the wind conditions are. But you could always go over the more open spaced areas.
Right, you can
there.
make your circles smaller.
And just, it seems to me that you don't have to do the right side of your map there that you see over residential areas if you're a good neighbor, if you're intending to be a good neighbor. And that's really the issue.
We actually measure that now, so we know exactly who is changing the direction without the cause for the wind. So we measure the wind, and we know exactly who's doing that, and who's not following the VNAP by how many nautical miles.
All right. Well, it seems to be repeat offenders, as you have said too. I did send an email asking, and included the principals of Niwot, Skyline, Silver Creek, and Longmont, who all had outdoor high school graduations. Could you please reach out to the pilots on those days? They were all doing it at the exact same time, and try to ask them to be good neighbors. And the responses back were just there. I'm very concerned about this. I'm having a conversation next week with the city manager specifically about this.
Appreciate
Okay,
the empathy.
thank you. Yeah, hold on. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Debbie, thank you for coming down. I actually share a lot of your same concerns, and if we're going to have a program or an educational effort, it needs to work.
Yeah.
We measure all kinds of things. You're not wrong. You're right on the money there. Like, if we're gonna have a volunteer noise abatement program, there are ways to approach that, to communicate it clearly, to measure the efficacy of that, to improve it. We do have recommendations coming forward and to try to upgrade that further, but it's only going to be as good, regardless of what those recommendations are, of how we implement that and how we enforce that. Enforce within the bounds of like educating people. You're right. Just putting a poster up isn't actually inherent. That's a very passive way to educating. We need to take a more active approach. You know, if there is one thing that I am, let's say, not optimistic about, if I am hopeful comes out of having the flight school that is based out of both airports, is that if we can get them bought into educating all of their trainees about our policy, that it can apply to everyone, that whether they're based out of here or whether they're based there. Not saying I'm optimistic about that, but I could see that potentially being advantageous if they want to be good neighbors and good partners to us. But regardless, the implementation of that and the education, the active education of that is critical if that is going to be one of the tools that we use to try to make that better. So thank you for those comments. I fully agree.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
Hi. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing, just sharing kind of your perspective and where you're at. I would say I do agree. I think, and we have heard and received emails from other folks as well who want just more transparency amongst those meetings, amongst how are we essentially communicating out to certain pilots that, hey, Longmont's serious about this. We would appreciate that you respect the flight patterns, etc. I can say when we have our rates and study charges, I forgot what the meeting name is, but basically RMMA, all of the kind of the airports gathered together. It's a pretty private meeting. It's by invitation only. I don't even think council's invited. But my desire is to have running meeting minutes and for us to have a running document as to what we want shared out at that meeting on behalf of Longmont. So that is going to be something that I ask for, making sure that we are getting a report back as to what was discussed, what's relevant to us, what do we want to share out at that meeting, and how do we do so, I guess, effectively at that point. And so, yes, our hands may be tied, but also to your point, there are small things that we can do to make a big difference, and those are avenues that council is looking at as well to say, okay, we know what we can't do, but what are the little things we can do to kind of add up and try to help in this effort. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are only 3/8 through our list. Okay, thank you. So one council person per resident. Okay, so Betty Tobias, and as she's making her way forward, Jennifer Barrett, Sharon Thomas, Brian Cook, Kurt Slow, and Mia French. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Betty Tobias. Thank you, Mayor Hidalgo Faring and City Council for the opportunity to speak. And thank everybody here for all the comments about the airport. I've been here a few times as well. And yeah, we're all pretty upset, but I'm just hoping there's a path forward here. I'd like to speak about two issues where I feel a federal government policy or project has caused some very negative consequences for large groups of residents. Since I've started attending the Longmont City Council meetings last year, the amount of comments, newspaper articles, agenda items, and debate regarding the Landsbrand Airport has grown significantly. There are the noise and leaded fuel problems, the possible implementation of landing fees, pilot interests, dissolution of the Airport Advisory Board, and the question as to whether airports should accept FAA funding tied to all kinds of commitments. I believe solutions to many of these problems are hindered by a system which, in this case, prefers to protect unhealthy systems, regardless of the degradation of a quality of life that once was in Longmont and its surroundings. A balance has been disrupted. I believe, pilots could be encouraged to follow the good neighbor policies more, which would reduce noise, low constant circling, etc. What if the airport posted a voluntary break request from flying on days when the air quality is bad? Landing fees, I was hoping, but now I'm not so sure, that landing fees will encourage fewer touch-and-go practices, as you mentioned, Councilmember McCoy. I was hoping that would encourage fewer pilots to do their touch-and-goes, but I guess not. So that was the one thing I was holding out on, and hopefully there's an idea about how we can reduce noise in another way, but and so obviously this noise is driving people crazy and limiting the amount of work they can do from home. I would encourage not accepting FAA funds linked to long-term commitments, but acknowledge the complexity of the problem. So that's my first issue. My other issue of concern entails the potential construction of a perimeter fence around 1,700 acres on the Table Mountain federal land in southwest Longmont off of Nelson Road. I'm not sure if you all know about this. The Department of Commerce is taking bids to erect an 8-foot-tall fence with barbed wire strands at the top at a 45-degree angle to keep out intruders. If you don't know where that property is, Table Mountain federal land, it is Nelson and almost 36 or North 39th Street. So it's up high, so you can see this. You will be able to see it. This is shocking. Not only will this fence be menacing and incredibly ugly, but there are many issues the Department of Commerce did not take into consideration at all. There's a huge elk herd that forages up there, and this will alter migration patterns and could potentially injure many animals trying to enter or exit the enclosure. I believe this monstrosity could affect home values due to its awful appearance above the nearby neighborhoods. Emergency access during fires for animals and humans could be constrained. The toll gate irrigation ditch access will be cut off by this fence, and as it runs through the property, not only is this a huge unnecessary expense for the federal government, but few in Boulder County knew anything about this until some concerned citizens alerted people in the area. The county commissioners are now informed, and we are hoping the growing support and actions taken will stop this before it is too late. If you're interested in learning about this issue, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Barrett?
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you so much for holding this open forum tonight. I really appreciate it. And I am here to talk about the airport as well. I live in a neighborhood to the west of Longmont that includes several agricultural properties, 2 wedding venues, and a children's camp, summer camp. And the increased low-flying, circling airplanes have really disrupted life in our neighborhood. It's disrupting the businesses, and it's disrupting all of our lives. We have these airplanes that circle our neighborhoods, like many of the people here tonight, constantly from morning until night. And I really appreciate this great discussion, an open discussion that we've had here tonight to talk about this issue. But frankly, it's very depressing to hear that there aren't many solutions that I'm hearing that can address this problem. I mean, pilot education is one thing, but as we all know, there are these reoffenders, these constant people who just disregard this giant community, this beautiful community below them. And I just implore the council to use all the tools that you can find in your toolbox to try to make a difference, because over the past 3 years, this situation is becoming really untenable, as we've seen from the great poster board from the website, which I'm going to go check out as soon as I get home. So thank you. I won't take up much of your time because I feel like a lot of people have made a lot of great points that we all feel. But just to reinforce that we feel so deeply about this community and this constant noise and just the disrespect from above it's really impacting the people that live here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
You can sit down if you want. I just wanted to, Jennifer, thanks for your comments there. And look, the airport's in my ward, and I receive all kinds of feedback that's relevant to this. I just wanted to note that in addition to like the tools and studies that we've referenced that are coming back in the next couple of weeks, I am working with some residents and local pilots to try to figure out if there are some non-governmental strategies that we can work on there too. I know this is a huge frustration for a lot of people, and while like we might really like there to be like a very clean law, I mean, you can have a law about a lot of things. Enforcement matters, education matters for laws too, right? And so the different tools that we're looking at, I include non-governmental strategies in that too, because I know how frustrating this is for some folks. And you know, it can be a matter. It's not just a matter of perspective, but it can be a matter of different experiences. And I think that's worth acknowledging. And frankly, what I was going to say before, and the relevant thing to note here is there are many local pilots who are frustrated with some of the increased traffic too. And so it's not, I think, to Debbie's point before, it's not necessarily a hate airport or hate all pilots. It's how do we figure out a better balance here and perhaps a more reasonable balance that was kind of a couple years ago, as you referenced. So thank you for coming out, and thank you everyone who has spoken on this.
Thank you. Sharon?
Hello, I'm Sharon Thomas. I'm here about airport noise as well. I'll try not to repeat some of the things that have been said. Right now, the situation is intolerable, and it's unacceptable for a lot of people. As you say, the pilots, a lot of them aren't pleased with what's going on. And I think a lot of the pilots who come here and present their views to council, they're not the ones circling for hours. They might have some ideas. I'm encouraging the council to be innovative, ask for more ideas from the pilots, from other stakeholders, maybe conduct some trials on potential things that might help. Don't try to solve everything. Come up with some ideas. Maybe get together with other airports in the region and try to come up with some trials on things that might help. Encourage your advisors to come up with some innovations rather than telling you what they can't do, maybe what they can do a little bit more. Maybe create incentives for voluntarily complying with the noise abatement plan rather than sticks. Maybe some carrots would help. Consider landing fees with waivers for quieter planes, or landing fees with waivers for use of non-leaded fuels. It seems like we get a lot of no's, not necessarily from council, but certainly from the airport officials, and maybe try to get some more yeses. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Brian Cook?
Hello, my name is Brian Cook. So John McCoy, you would like this presentation. It's about civics. I just emailed you a couple minutes ago about it, if you've received it. So, city council meetings. I'm thinking city senate only. And we have lieutenant governors, we have the House, we have the mayor. Are we paying all these people for city council meetings, or is this how are they getting paid? So, city council meetings are with city clerk, the mayor, and the House. I found a lie that's happening. City mayor's role, domestic beneficiary, whose executive receive accounting ledger of the city House of Representatives and senators' advice and knowledge to give money rights to the city clerk. And then we have the House of Representatives, who's called the ward. They're foreign beneficiaries who receive legislatives of lien papers of the lieutenant governor and the mayor's money, the rights to create the account balance. The council role, called at-large domestic grantors, the only grantors in these meetings, whose legislatives keep U.S. House of Representatives account ledger to give the mayor advice and consent, called knowledge. That's what I would say these meetings should be about, giving advice and knowledge. And then we have the city clerk's role, foreign trustees, whose executives keep the lien papers of Secretary of State to care and preserve property to deliver money of people to the United Nations House of Representatives. So there's a lot of things going on, a lot of roles. So city council meetings are to give advice and knowledge to the city mayor by way of vote, because we're going the wrong way, then deliver the advice and knowledge to the mayor. The mayor then writes the duties and rights to the city clerk. The city clerk acquires the rights from the mayor to deliver the thing to the UN House. This sounds like a lot going on. Senators, mayors, city clerk, the House are all involved in these city council meetings. No wonder why there's a lot of non-government agent oversight. What I suggest is we take the House of Representatives suggestions for too long. Why are we taking advice from foreign beneficiaries? As senators, our job is to grant to our beneficiary, the mayor. We could eliminate everybody that's not city council in these meetings, but the city mayor is our beneficiary, and if she wants to come, I'd say she can come. So the city council could present their topic, then allow the audience to debate advice and knowledge on the topic. So we could actually have a council meeting like we do with the Coffee with Council, just do that every week. So I understand that we pay out the ass for our things. This payment could be because it's not a community-driven event. It's the entire city meeting. There hasn't been much discussion on the things brought up. No council member ever says anything that the audience can comment on, except tonight. I've been here multiple nights. This is the first night that council's actually said stuff. So Coffee with Council is presentations that everybody talks and gives advice and knowledge too. I like those meetings. The scheme is usually, tonight's scheme or council meetings are usually with council proposes a bill X, no community members signed up for to talk about, so council votes on really not that much. The mayor doesn't really get anything, and nothing really happens in these meetings. That's what I see. Nobody talks as nobody knows the details of the bill. So I would say just cut down on how much people are here. We don't need the city clerk or the House here. They're foreigners. Why do we accept foreigners in our grantors, domestic grantors meetings? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kirk Slow. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
Brian, thank you for coming down. I don't know where you got your information, but as a civics teacher, I want you to know this meeting, when I was on council the first time in 2007 to 2011, myself and Karen Bankner and Brian Hansen and Sarah Levinson brought this about so that we would have this. And we were lucky enough to bring this about so that we could have it twice a year.
And you're referring to open forum.
To open forum.
Yeah, I like the open forum.
But that's, when you see people come up and speak on something, we don't typically come back and forth on the dais. This is the exception, not the rule.
Yeah.
And as far as these other things, our government is set up with this. We have an executive right here, and we are also at times the quasi-judicial body here, and in other times we're the executive, the legislative. So I think you were off a little bit just in how you were interpreting it. It was hard to follow, but you might where we are doing the work of over 100,000 people at this time with an annual budget of approximately over $500 million. These things have to be taken care of, and we have to have hearings and everything. There is a legislative process here, so just making sure that you understand what's at play here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mia French. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Kirk Slow, come on down.
Good evening, everyone. 5 minutes and the opportunity to ask questions. So, 4 cameras, 5, counting the one in front of me. However, every time I come, there's a cop here. If you've got all these cameras and surveillance, as in Flock, now Axon, is supposed to be about safety and tools, why do you need a cop if you've got all these cameras here? Because cameras are cameras, right? It's the question.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So, the change to have police, and we have that as well in our school board, and many council meetings have adopted this, and it was based on And I go back to this has happened in other areas as well, but one particular was a school board meeting where a individual was unhappy that his wife was released of service. And he actually came up right to the dais, pulled out a gun, and point blank shot one of the board members. So cameras cannot stop that. We do have, we have place for why we have security here. And unfortunately, as a school teacher, we have our lockdown drills. I have a huge cabinet right by my door, and in the event of an active shooter, I plan to roll that cart right in front of the door to buy some time. So given the age that we're in today, we have to have physical bodies for protection. So in addition, we have the cameras for video and what have you.
I was trying to make a point.
Okay, so
in
if it was a rhetorical question, you should have said that. If not, I will answer because
No,
as a
that's
person
fine.
who's had to deal with active shooters.
You kind of proved my point.
Yeah, we do have to have
that-
the physical being as well.
Yeah, you kind of proved my point that the surveillance cameras, because flock safety is about, as I brought up before, is about surveillance, is not about safety. And cameras in themselves do not provide safety. And, let's go back to 2001 when 9/11 happened and the Patriot Act was passed. And all the sweeping changes, ICE was created, surveillance happened, was rolled into law, and what happened? It's like I talked about the flop creep before. People are like, oh, I want to be safe, so they gave up a lot of their rights. Now, when I was flying, who did they turn on? They started hassling black people, people of color, people with turbans. They didn't care whether they were Sikh or if they were actually Muslim. So my point is that switching it to Axon isn't going to make any difference. You're feeding into the surveillance apparatus that kind of started at that time. And you have the opportunity to make a choice not to do that, because that apparatus, yes, you're going to say, oh, we're giving the police a tool. They can do their job without that tool, because if that tool means I have to give up even more of my rights, they're already coming for us, brown people. And the people making the decision, it doesn't affect you now. But at some point, when they're done with us, they're going to come for you. And I see women up there as well. And these people don't like women, when they prove themselves not to be useful or you don't fit a certain profile. So all I'm saying is, and I'm glad I've got more time today than normal, vote no on Axon. You're getting a lot of feedback, and I haven't heard a good reason. Well, you're not allowed to speak to me as to why it should happen. And people come and they give numbers, but behind those numbers, there are real people, real circumstances, and the technology is not foolproof. When mistakes happen, and they do happen, they will happen, all that happens is, oh, sorry, somebody's life got destroyed. It doesn't affect you, so it doesn't matter. That one's rhetorical.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
It can be rhetorical, but I can still bite.
Yeah.
Kirk, I appreciate the broader point that technology can be abused, and I think that's undeniable. There are also far more than 5 cameras in here. I'm looking at one right in front of my face. Every single council member has one here.
Yeah, I left those out.
And we all have one in our pocket if we have a phone that has a camera on it or a GPS tracker on it. There are public and private cameras. The distinctions matter. How those are governed matters. And I think, if your broader point is that cameras are used for surveillance, sure. They're also used for other things, too. In this room, they're mostly used in fact, almost exclusively used for open meetings requirement and compliance and making sure that our meetings are held transparently and that people can watch this on YouTube or they can watch it from wherever they are comfortable on their phone, because that's an accessibility aspect of how we run our meetings and how other local governments in Colorado run our meetings. Cameras are a tool, and I think you said that, and tools can be abused, tools can be used properly. As we have talked about many times, there are differences between the tools of Flock and Axon. And I do want to make this point here that there are people who have come and spoken to us many times, and we've listened very carefully to those. And the broader concerns I've heard were on data governance, how we store data, who owns the data behind this, and what level of sensitivity that data is. And I also hear people saying, hey, trust the experts. And so if you want us to listen to experts, I want us to make sure that we're having a very nuanced conversation about this and not following logical fallacies down different roads. So let me ask you a question back to you.
Sure. Go for it.
What rights are you giving up when you're driving on a public road that has an ALPR camera?
None immediately, but like I've been saying, there is creep.
Sure.
Right?
There's creep if I throw a hammer at you versus if I use it to hang a picture.
I get that, but there is creep. You know, there's warrantless surveillance. Now that
Sure.
surveillance has been handed over.
It can be misused, absolutely.
No. Not it can be. It is misuse.
Sure.
There's lots of proof. What happened in Sheridan, right? That was one of the most glaring. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but you're still feeding our data into the apparatus, for lack of a better term.
No, we're not. That's a difference between the two technologies. And we talked
You
about
mean the
this.
two companies? Well, the same technology, two different companies.
The cameras are capturing the same thing, but they are different services, different platforms, and different technologies. And if you want to get into this, there are significant nuances on how this is managed and how that's run, and who stores the data, and who gets the data, and what we allow to share. We've had many conversations about this, and I've brought many people in to talk with our police to share those concerns, to have conversations and understand those nuances. And the reason I was comfortable shifting to Axon was because we already store much more sensitive data with our Axon body cameras that our police officers are storing in the same very platform that they are using to capture the back of a car license plate. So I get that technology can be used on a slippery slope and is abused. We have policies in place here. We run it, we manage those very intentionally and differently, and all of us scrutinize this when we are thinking about the shift here. And you might disagree on how it's used more broadly, and that's fair. That is fair. And you might not want cameras in your life, and that's also fair. But also how we manage public safety, the different tools that we do have, is also something that we are responsible for. And there are very real trade-offs that we have to make in that. So I appreciate you continuing to come and share those concerns. I really want us to continue to have a nuanced discussion of this, and I hope we continue to do so.
Oh, I'm all for shades of gray. Right, not in the 50, but however, is there anything concrete that says that data is not going to be shared with ICE, let's say?
It's in our contract. Yes. It's in our contract. If they violate that, that's the lawsuit.
No, but when does that stop a company with deep pockets?
So if they're smart, it should. Because there's a lot at risk for violating the contracts. Councilmember Prieto.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for sharing. And I definitely hear your perspective, and I think we're all in this boat together. And things are becoming more technological, and AI is advancing, and I appreciate your forward thinking as to, this is what we're approving today, but how do we prevent unintended consequences in the future? And this is something that is on the heart and mind of council. And that's why we implemented and brought forth or took the advice from the public to bring forth a technology board. So that way that board can have those conversations, not only looking at our internal contracts, but also looking at what's happening externally in other cities. What are they seeing? What are some of the harms that can come to the public? So that way then we can be advised and have those conversations. So I just want to say thank you for coming up. We are trying to forward think as much as possible. We are receptive to the feedback that we're receiving. We're excited for this board. I don't know when that opens up, but I would encourage you to join it if you're interested, because it seems like you
plan on applying.
Yeah,
Perfect.
It seems like you
Perfect,
feel
yes.
passionately. So, but yeah, I just wanted to let you know that.
So technology-wise, something we should keep in mind. The
Do you know how much time he had left?
the
I feel-
past is the
yeah.
present,
Okay,
and
go
the
ahead.
future is now.
Thank you.
It's not in the future.
So we are about halfway through our list. So I'm going to actually move us on to Mia, Ms. French. Like, is that Mia? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes, every time, it's Mia.
Mia, okay.
I really appreciate you all, conversing and discussing and hearing us as a community of Longmont. Quality of life is really what it's all about. I mean, I heard so many people from behind me talk about being out in their yards or being out in their, on their streets or with their families. And quality of life is what we're just trying to enjoy. And you all, as Longmont City Council, have a responsibility to advocate for the health, safety, and well-being of us residents. When a growing number of citizens express concern about excessive aircraft noise, pollution, and the loss of peaceful neighborhoods, the city has both the authority and the responsibility to speak on our behalf. Not for the pilots that fly in from so many other communities, but the people who you are here for. Supporting residents on this issue is not about opposing aviation. Aircrafts, they provide valuable services for transportation, pilot training, and emergency response. It's about finding a reasonable balance between those benefits and the rights of people to enjoy our homes, our neighborhoods, and our public open spaces without excessive and avoidable noise and pollution. Just the basics. A healthy community is measured not only by economic growth, but also by the quality of life it provides. Protecting quiet neighborhoods, preserving clean air, and safeguarding our treasured open spaces are investments in the health, happiness, and future of our community. I respectfully ask the City Council to stand with us, all of us, the residents who are here and who come to these meetings and who email you guys over and over and over again, to help us with advocating for practical solutions that reduce unnecessary aircraft noise and pollution while preserving the peaceful character of the community we all value. I'm not in favor of closing Vance Brand Airport, and I'm not an anti-plane person like that woman that talked earlier. But let's work together to figure out a solution for everyone. We didn't have these issues when we moved into the area more than 25 years ago, and I know it's been a recent 4 to 5 year explosion. We just, as people have talked about earlier, we just want Vance Brand Airport to be a good neighbor again. I don't know who. People have brought up the airport manager, and I know Levi, but who hires him? Is he an employee of the city? Okay, so you guys hire him, or in a roundabout
City
way?
manager, yes.
Is he
It's
here?
not us.
And he's not here tonight, though.
He's behind you.
Oh,
Yeah, so.
Oh, you look different.
Yes, yes.
But again, it would be, it's just nice to have a little feedback. I didn't think he was here.
Oh, Levi's not here, the city manager is.
Oh, okay. So no, I'm talking about the airport manager.
Yeah, he is not here right now.
But-
Jen Newton, who's stepping in for him right now, is back there
Okay,
too.
so, but
as
not,
well.
he's not the airport manager is what I'm asking.
No, she,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering, like, people have a lot of emails going in and, when can we talk to him directly, or is he, I know he's here a lot during the meeting times, but do we ever get a chance just to talk to him directly? Or is it always through you guys?
I think you can probably we could set something up. We've had residents who've met with him in the past, so.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
just
he can be done.
'Cause
He's he's on vacation right now.
Okay. And again, just being the good neighbor that we all strive to be. We all we live in an environment where it's a nice place to live. We want to be friendly to our neighbors. And when the bike people have their big races on our area, in our neighborhoods, they stop by and give us cookies in little bags and say, oh, we're going to be a nuisance for this day or that day. But it's just part of being a nice neighbor. Let us know what's going on. Let us know how we can, try to avoid the streets when you need them. But the ongoing stuff, I mean, you've all heard it before, and but I just want to I'm standing here to fill the space of another person and a family who's really affected by this whole airport noise.
Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you for sharing.
Yes, again.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, before you go, you brought up something that there's this nobody that I've talked to, for the most part, for maybe the exception of one or two, want to close the airport. I certainly don't. I see the airport as an opportunity zone, and it is a area that is supposed to be an enterprise zone, where it's supposed to be bringing in and helping to maintain its own structure. It hasn't done that, and we as citizens of Longmont have picked up to the tune of about $100,000 a year to do that. And there's, I think, a narrative being sold by certain folks that that we want to close it. There's no that is a falsehood. It's just trying to sow doubt. And they're doing a good job of trying to sow doubt that somehow that we do that. And I don't see people really against pilots who are out there. They're not the culprits, although they feel sometimes that if we ever say anything, and I think that really is a byproduct of their different pilots associations that try to get everybody riled up at the airport, the ones that are our local pilots, and then those guys are like all up in arms and pitchforks and everything with the city council, and that's not the case. We really need the folks that are flying in from out of town to be better about this, and this VNAP thing not being a thing that's taught is outrageously unacceptable. But for your perspective, I think we're trying. Okay, and I just wanted to make sure that you were clear that nobody is trying to close the airport. We dissolved the Airport Advisory Board because after 50 years of not listening, it was enough.
Right, let me just be clear. I didn't mean that you guys wanted to close. I've just said, I've gotten comments from things that I've said before. Oh, you just want to close down the airport. That was it was people talking to me about that. I don't think you guys
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and the next five, Mike Schnatzmeyer, Greg Ellis, Doe Kelly, Lance Whitaker, and Scott Stewart. Please make your way forward. We'll start with Mike.
Take you up on your offer of...
Yes, and I think that there's a button in the front that will make it red. If it's not, there you go.
Does that work?
Lance?
Oh, no, I got it. Go ahead.
And now for something completely different. I'm going to read a little statement here. Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, thank you first and foremost for your service. I am Mike Schnatzmeyer. I recognize that Council is facing an extraordinary set of overlapping challenges: housing affordability, childcare, transit, economic uncertainty, equity, climate change, and the increasing risk of a catastrophic urban wildfire. I am not here to point out these issues, but to suggest that within these challenges lies huge dormant opportunity. By addressing these issues from a systems thinking framework, there lies the potential to unlock literally hundreds of millions of dollars to potentially billions of dollars in economic activity and broad public benefits. I would like to point out three numbers that represent three such now dormant opportunities. The first number is 1.5 to 2 million square feet. That is the amount of vacant, unleased, or underactivated commercial and industrial space in town. This is not just a real estate issue. It represents an enormous dormant economic capacity that, viewed through a lens of lost opportunity cost, has first and second order impacts of over $130 million a year. This represents potential jobs, small businesses, local services, workforce development, adaptive reuse, arts and culture, community uses, and city revenues going unfulfilled. On the flip side of this, it also represents the opportunity to attract businesses seeking affordable space in a vibrant and active city. This can only happen, however, by engaging in a broad, multi-departmental and multi-stakeholder effort to surface solutions, and by providing more support to LEDP, and by exploring ideas around the power of placemaking. Here is just one idea of how we can begin to market, brand, and activate this unused space. This is the second number, $500 million to $1 billion. This is the economic potential of conceiving and reactivating Longmont's original heart, an area I'll refer to as Longmont's own Golden Triangle. This Golden Triangle opportunity roughly extends from the Main Street station, west to Golden Pond, south to Diagonal Highway, and then back to Main Street and the Lura area. This triangle, comprising over 3 square miles, contains dozens of districts and opportunities that can be marketed and promoted under an overarching vision and branding campaign at minimal cost. The Golden Triangle is a massive opportunity that could amplify the success of the Main Street station, the Boulder County Fairgrounds, the $140 million RSVP project, Village at the Peaks, and more. Council's recent action plan identifying First and Main Street Station as the city's top redevelopment priority. I agree that this is critically important, but the Main Street Station cannot succeed as an isolated transit project. Transit stations succeed when they are surrounded by jobs, housing, services, destinations, walkability, culture, and daily activity. The Golden Triangle frame is one way to ask, how do we make the Main Street Station successful by activating the larger district around it? The third number I'd like to share is a range of $1 to $6 billion. That's billion with a B. This is the potential cost of a major urban wildfire impact to Longmont. To be clear, no other action before council. No item rises to the level of importance of proactively addressing the risk before a fire. But I want to frame this carefully. I'm not asking council to approach wildfire from a fear-based or restrictive manner. I'm asking city council to look at the opportunity that lies in addressing this risk holistically. And to be clear, I request and want to make clear that the city should not treat the west side of Longmont, its primary UWI, as a wildfire sacrifice zone and frontline fire burn area, which it currently effectively is. Instead, wildfire prevention should become part of Longmont's opportunity to lead smart city sensing technology, live AI fire modeling, fire adaptive design, farm and crop circle and golf course irrigation activated base fire suppression systems, evacuation modeling, vulnerable resident protection, insurance risk awareness, and regional coordination can all be part of proactively. Is that me?
Thank you. Yeah, that was
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the handout.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mike. I think this is, you hit on a number of themes that we've been starting to talk about in recent months, and I just hope, we're not going to address all of these points tonight, but I do hope my fellow council members and I can sit with some of the I think both risks that you flagged, but perhaps the opportunities that these present as well, and recognize that as we're thinking about our community's resilience, not just to wildfires, but to economic challenges, to social challenges, that we think holistically about the system that we are, the hand that we're dealt, and the hand that we actually want to play. So I appreciate how you've broken this down, and I hope we can continue this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I plan to digest the packet you gave us. Thank you very much. Greg Ellis, come on down. Oh, can you turn on your mic, please? Yeah. Great, thank you.
All right. Hi, Mayor and council members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to do this tonight. Appreciate it. Unfortunately, that was a nice break from the airport noise, but I'm going to bring it back. Hopefully you guys have heard so many people discussing this. This is a real issue and you guys take it seriously. I appreciate you realizing that in other opportunities to speak, the airport, people come together with pitchforks and aggressively fight against the residents of Longmont who are speaking up. It is a big problem. You guys have obviously seen that. I'd like to begin by making a point. I'm not opposed to the airport. I'm not opposed to airplanes, pilots. A lot of times that does get brought up that we just want to close the airport. That's not the case at all. There's a legitimate issue that deserves to be talked about here, and you guys have obviously heard all night about this. I am asking you guys to listen to all these concerns of the residents and work towards practical solutions to try and get this solved. And I hear you guys open to that, which is good to hear. It is directly impacting the quality of life of the residents of Longmont. And hopefully Darren's map showing how many airplanes are circling in one day, and that maybe wasn't even a bad day. Like, we don't know. That happens every single day. We celebrate when the wind goes the other way because they fly over the other side of the loop. But there's people who are celebrating when they come over our side of the loop. So there's no easy answer to these loops and the runways. It doesn't matter which runway they're using. They're affecting someone in the city. I've lived here for 16 years, and obviously it's gotten a lot worse. Much of it, obviously, is involving airports or airplanes from outside of the city, and that's the main problem here. But we all agree. It is the VNAP is not working, and that's obviously another sign with Darren's map that you could see they're not following it, and so we do need to kind of figure out. I appreciate. McCoy, your ability to, or your willingness to go reach out to Broomfield and talk to them and say, hey, this is a problem, like, let's get this solved. That might be the way to go. And I haven't heard that before, so I do appreciate that. I'd like you guys to consider why the airport users should not contribute financially to the infrastructure they are using. Nearly every recreational amenity provided by the city operates under like a user fee model. And different rates for residents and non-residents. I don't know why the airport should be any different. Why shouldn't we have landing fees and other cost recovery mechanisms, especially for non-resident users? It doesn't make sense to me. As the city considers accepting additional FAA funding for runway improvements, which also may result in greater federal oversight, it seems reasonable to ask why we're paying for infrastructure that's increasingly used by people from outside of our community. No one hasn't said already, but I feel like I need to say it. Finally, I'd encourage you guys to recognize that this issue extends beyond a handful of residents. It affects thousands of taxpayers who live beneath increasingly busy flight paths. Too often, we hear responses such as our hands are tied, we can't control what pilots do, or we don't have sufficient data. We do have the data now. We do have some things that we can do, and I appreciate you guys looking into those things. I do appreciate you guys listening and representing the residents of Longmont and listening to the concerns and pursuing the available avenues that we have to protect the quality of life in our community. I do believe it is a good community, but it's definitely being affected right now severely by the airplane traffic. I ask respectfully that you continue to explore meaningful ways to balance the benefits of the airport with the well-being of the neighborhoods that surround it. I did have one further question, and that is, how much did we pay for that user study for the airport?
Jen?
No, the rates and changes, the rates and charges study.
We're going to have to look that up.
Okay. I also share the same concern that it is a conflict of interest. It just is. I don't know how else to do it. I understand that you guys have to take bids and you decide on the best bid. That's a problem in my eyes. One more thing is, while we're sitting here, my wife is sending me pictures of the planes flying over our house, and every single time someone from our neighborhood speaks at an event or at a community forum, we get buzzed in our neighborhood. Legitimately, it's 9:30 at night. They don't fly at 9:30 at night usually, but every single time we're up here speaking for Golden Ponds, we get buzzed. So it's a respect thing, and we're not getting respected. and we're sick of it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcin, don't go yet.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. My memory on that, and Jen can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the rates and charges study was 37,000. That's the. Yeah,
He's
I
nodding
remember
yes.
right. I see
Yeah.
your head nod.
Oh,
Yeah,
you saw
look
her.
at me.
Okay.
Look at me. So $37,000 that was approved administratively after council approved that. So I just wanted to make this point very quickly because I've heard this a lot tonight that, you know, we say our hands are tied. And getting into this as I have in the last 7 since I've been on council, I want to be very clear that that is not an excuse that we're making. There are very real legal constraints on what we can do as a city to control and manage our own airport. Yes, we own the airport. That is true. But as soon as an aircraft begins moving, theoretically even moving on the ground, FAA controls that aircraft and that airspace. Our ability to manage it is extremely limited. So we hear a lot from residents, things like, you know, you got to ban touch and goes from this time to this time. You know, it sounds logical on the face. The challenge is legally, we do not have that authority. Like the authority just doesn't exist. So what we have to do as a city and as a council, and what I think we have done very effectively, actually, I would argue, and Mayor could probably speak to this better than I could, you know, advocated in this space more than any council in a long time and really prioritized this issue, is what tools do we have at our disposal? How do we effectively manage this asset that we have? And how do we make sure that the airport is something that the entire community can be proud of? And that's been, you know, my focus from the beginning. I'm sorry to hear that you're going through what you've gone through. You know, you're not the first resident I've heard similar concerns from. And just know that when we say things like, well, FAA controls that, that is not us washing our hands of the problem. That is, at least for me, acknowledging a legal reality that we don't have the tool in our legal toolbox to solve it. But we're going to use what we can to address the whole community concern and make sure our airport's an asset for everybody.
Yeah, I understand that the FAA does control. I do understand the FAA does control once a plane's in flight and once it's moving, that you can't do anything about that. But the landing fees would definitely cut down, you know, the amount of traffic and the amount of touch and goes. There's no question. And also, I think that the respect coming from the city manager, that it's a city employee, to the people who are complaining to him, and some understanding, as opposed to just, you know, FAA controls it, I can't do anything.
So, and you're referring not our city manager
No,
who
Levi,
oversees
yes.
the
Airport
airport
manager.
manager.
Thank you,
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
Yep.
So
Thank you.
I saw his eyes perk up back there. Okay, so Doe Kelly, oh, okay, Doe Kelly, come on down.
All right, I'm a little shorter than the rest. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Doe Kelly, and I'm part of a website that's called Longmont, 4, safetech.org, and I want people to remember that because I'm going to talk about it in a minute. And first of all, I'd like to thank you guys for keeping large data centers out of Longmont. I've been speaking out at council for a lot of years about the dangers of smart meters and wireless EMFs. And I haven't been here lately, but on my birthday last year, I spoke at the July open forum where I shared 3 birthday wishes, and they were to save the bees, save the humans, and save the planet. But why the bees, and why me and the bees? Well, because in a past life, I was a singing bee in Boulder, Colorado, delivering singing telegrams in a now vintage bee suit, as inspired by the killer bees of Saturday Night Live, which some of you will remember. Boulder's singing bees folded just as I moved to New York City to sing and study voice. I took the bee suit and I buzzed away and did my own singing telegrams to much hilarity. In New York, I had a spiritual teacher who enlightened me to the importance of bees. If the bees failed, we humans fail too. I became bee aware around the impact of bees and pollinators on all of life. And now, fingers crossed, one of my birthday wishes from last year is coming true, because this year I heard of a new company whose mission was to save the bees. They spent time, effort, and money researching a unique new device, the PureWave cell, and here it is. It's a puck-like device with embedded neodymium magnets in the form of the flower of life, sacred geometry, and it has peer-reviewed science that shows it helps the honeybees to overwinter. Their immunity appears enhanced against invaders such as mites, neonics, parasites, viruses, and ambient EMF, and 5G. Well, that's part of the ambient EMF. So in the hives with the pure wave cells, colony collapse ceased. It slowed, if not reversed, the bee losses. The control hives without pure waves continued to show large losses. Before I knew any of this, I became an ambassador for the company because of their mission to save the bees. And you don't want to put this near to electronics because it'll strip everything. And if you go past a metallic car and you have it in your pocket, you'll be sucked over. Because that happened to me tonight. Anyway, 7 months later, 7 months from when I became an ambassador, the company is back ordered for thousands of pure wave cells, and we're finding out that there is something that we all can do to help save our bees. Beekeepers can apply for a free pure wave cell, and profits from any sales go towards placing more free cells with more beekeepers. I have a few of the cells to sell to local people at a good discount. So that's just me, but there's this company behind me. So you can contact me, Doe, as in Doe a deer, by email at, again, Longmont, the number 4, Longmont4safetech@gmail.com to learn more, or go to the longmont4safetech.org site for a link to get to this company. And by using this pure wave cells in hives, we're saving the bees. And if you think EMFs are involved, well, you'd be right, because in point of fact, the main researcher for the now peer-reviewed and published science is a famous EMF researcher from Canada. And I continue to ask the question, how much are the ubiquitous wireless EMFs killing our bees and us? 2 years into the smart meter program with no clear benefit that I know of, with opt-out fees of $25 a month, I'm shining a light on those who've been harmed by the rollout. And I'll go first. I was microwave injured already by wireless routers at home. In early 2024, the city rolled the meters into the neighborhood, leaving me with more signal tinnitus, AKA microwave hearing, than before, 24/7 except while asleep, making for very loud, continuous shards of high-pitched noise in my head. Okay, the following folks I know personally or anecdotally. I won't name them, but we'll use an initial for each one. Jay can no longer live at home due to mesh network and smart meter interference with Jay's well-being. W had a bay of smart meters on the outside of W's apartment wall. 3 months in, W realized the lack of sleep was due to the meters. W moved out. So we need safe wired spaces for all of life and all of the bees, humans, and God's living creatures. And tonight, I just want to make a comment about, I had to get up and move because of the wireless radiation from everybody's phone. And can they please put them into airplane mode? If you can minimize the ambient EMF, please do it for people like me.
Thank you. Lance Whitaker.
What? No question?
Yeah.
So where have you been all this time?
I've been recovering from EMF jet lag travel since last fall.
Oh, no.
Literally.
All right. Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. Been a resident for 45, 47 years. A lot of disturbing things have happened in those years. I'd like to remind everybody that I do support the library, I support the museum, I support fruit trees and parks, campus hospitality, and a lot of other things in this city that we do so well. Today is National Day of Rock and Roll, so party on. It's also dive bar, so maybe you can enjoy some of that rock and roll in your favorite dive bar. National Macaroni, probably shouldn't eat that in your dive bar. National Strawberry Sundae Day, National Koi Day. I don't know why the fish get a day. National Father and Daughter Take a Walk Day. That's a good idea. Today's birthday is Otto Frederick Roeeder. A lot of people don't know who he is. He invented sliced bread. So everybody have a good piece of sliced bread.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Stewart. And, then the next five, if you can come on down, Carla Cordoza, Matthew Welborn, Ed Ruskus, John Grunsfeld, I believe he left already, and David Hodges. Penny Hodges can come on down too.
Mayor, members of council, Scott Stewart, I think you all know where I live by now. Hey, I'm making friends here. This is great. Gentlemen, let me use this chart. I'd really like you all, when you take a look at this, to understand, you know, everybody said, it's a lot of planes of this and that. I want you guys to be curious. Be curious. How much of this activity stopped at our airport? How much of this activity got a $100 hamburger? How much of this activity is actually beneficial to Longmont? We have an AMS system, Airport Management Systems. Your airport manager currently has this, and he has the tools to understand all of this. He can generate you reports on a weekly basis. He can actually create a link to the website where everybody in the public can see this on real time. AMS. We've taken AMS and we've hired them to do a presentation. We don't need to spend money on a presentation. We have the tools to do it. Set it up. Make it public. Do it. We all need to get educated about the airport. We talked about gas, you know, fuel pipe prices and stuff. Oh, we're going to get 6 cents. We get 6 cents per gallon for the gas stuff. The total for gas, for pumping all of that fuel here, is less than $10,000 a year. Look at the budget. It's insignificant. You could double the cost or double the fuel flowage, and it's still insignificant to the budget. I heard a comment that it would be irresponsible to not take the grant for 1.5 million. I agree. But we're in this situation because the airport has been irresponsible for the last 36 years. That taxiway is 36 years old. Where's the reserve? It was put in by the FAA. Is there a plan to create a reserve to replace the taxiway once you accept this grant? Because it really seems like our hands are tied and you have to take the grant. Because for the last 36 years, you haven't been setting aside money to replenish this asset. Take a look at the next 5 years. 150 million is nothing. You got another 7 million coming at you in 28. It's easy to take a look at the budget and see what this waterfall is going to be. The problem with taking the grant money isn't the money. The problem is the obligation. The obligation takes the control of this airport and for you guys to have any kind of say without going to court. This idea that we can't do it because the FAA says no, you're getting that from the airport people. You're getting that from people. Go ask the FAA. Create the argument that says we have a city that's suffering. Create the argument that says we need to do something about our airport and help us. The FAA is here to help us. We haven't made that argument. We go to the people we go to the airport people. I'm sorry, the airport people are telling you something from the AOPA. The people that are bothered by this airport live here. We're not some organization out of Maryland with a marketing company that is giving you a message that says you can't do anything, we got to do this, it's part of the federal system. We don't need an airport that's part of the federal system. We got 2 other airports within 20 miles of us. Everybody in this town uses DIA in order to transport. What we need is a local airport. A local airport like we used to have. Something good. We need a local airport to inspire everybody. You guys, the biggest asset to aviation right now is St. Vrain Valley School District. They got an aeronautics program there. And man, have the people from the freaking airport jumped on the opportunity going, we're going to save kids. Kids are going to be pilots. They're going to do this, blah, whatever. You're getting fed an argument for their own self-serving purposes because they want to fly for free. You have the ability to implement landing fees on a reasonable level and start operating this airport and getting revenue like you care about it. Wow, that was a good rant for a little bit, huh? Stop picking the winners and losers. You're picking winners and losers by taking these grant monies. We're the losers. Everybody that flies to the airport for free, they're the winners. Stop it. We live here. Do something.
Thank you. Okay, Carla?
I'm here if anybody. No?
Yeah. Did we have anybody? No. Carla, is she here? Okay. Matthew Welburn?
Hello, I'm Matt Wellborn. I'm at 485 Second Avenue, South Main Station. Glad to be here. I guess I don't really, this isn't like a, I don't know, argument for or against necessarily. But I was just doing like additional research because I was just trying to understand the presentation regarding the public safety sales tax. Sales tax is the wrong word to use, maybe. The public safety presentation. And I, pardon the B word, but I was looking at like Boulder. I was looking at some Boulder numbers, and I was just trying to like just do like some basic analysis based on like police and fire counts and FTEs and budget numbers, and obviously it's not a one-to-one, but I was just kind of looking at that, and I was kind of interested because it does seem like Boulder had like a 120 to 140 for fire folks, and so we're at like 100 according to the presentation, and I was like, okay, well, that per the presentation, I was like, yeah, that seems like we need to address the fire FTEs, because they also were saying that they were having to do a lot of overtime, and obviously like what Mike talked about with fire is like this is one of like a dozen plus things that need to be addressed when it comes to fire safety, because that obviously is temporally relevant, but also will continue just to be relevant as we face different challenges unique to our environment. And then regarding the police side of the public safety, it was kind of hard to like get kind of like numbers because there's a lot of support services and stuff, but it looked like patrol numbers for Longmont, the suggestion or like the current was like 166 and trying to get to like 210-ish. And it looked like, and I know it's not 1-to-1, but Boulder had like a 184, so it'd be kind of going from, based on the presentation, like a little like 20 under in terms of patrols and officers, to maybe like about 20 over in comparison. But again, there's like a lot of additional staff and support, so it's kind of hard to like get a comparison with some of the patrol and support roles and whatnot when it comes to emergency services. But I like the presentation, the public safety presentation, I felt compelled, and like it seemed evident to me from both the presentation and then additional research that it was like, okay, there seems to be some kind of like FTE type need, and then also some like capital improvement, and then things like vehicles and whatnot that need to be addressed. And then so it's like, okay, there seems to be definitely a need, but then I was looking, and it looks like 2006 there was a sales tax increase that got approved, and then in 2017 there was another sales tax got approved, both specifically for public safety. And so I was just like, and those were 0.325 and 0.255 respectively. And so the like 50% that they presented, the 50-50 split, would be approximately the 2017, and then value that we raised sales taxes by, and then the 100% by sales taxes was a 0.48%, which would bring us to a total of 4% city tax, which would be, of that 1% would be for public safety specifically, and would make us have the third highest sales tax, according to the public safety chart they provided for the sales taxes. And then I also noted that the mill levy hadn't been raised since 1991, which was also last raised because of public safety. And that is technically higher than Boulder's 11, which is ours is about 13.42 for the mill levy, but that's something that hasn't been changed since 1991. But I know that the SB 22-238 reduced the rate for assessments, so I know like that 13 is not as strong when it comes to raising taxes. And I also noticed that the property values and whatnot were actually dropping. So does some research. I can send some more details, but yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ed Ruskus.
Hey there, I'm Ed Ruskus. I live on Majestic Drive in the county. I just want to take a little detour away from the airport, but I'll come back to it. We're in the middle of a drought, and it sure seems like a lot of the common areas in Longmont are awfully green, and I just think that we could be better stewards of the water. I don't know if it's private. I don't know if you guys could do something. I tore my front grass out. So just a thought. And there was a lot of great speakers. Thank you so very much about the airport. I had a whole thing planned, but I'm sitting here for 2 hours and I lost it. So I just want to say to Mr. Popkin and also Mr. Marsing, my eyeballs, we have a generational opportunity here. I'm living here since 1979. We always, you guys get elected. Well, I want to say thank you. I was sending you guys some emails and some of you sent back, and I really do appreciate that. I know you're busy. I appreciate you being here, doing this time. It's a lot of energy that you have to put out, take away from your families and stuff like that. It's a big deal. But we have a generational opportunity. You know, we go through this with the airport. I've been coming to these meetings a long time, but the last 10 years have been more frequent, and the subject is always the airport. You guys get elected, we get close to it, we do something, and then nothing happens, and then we kick it down a can, and we take the FAA money again, and then we got to do this again in 5 or 10 years. But we have an opportunity here to not take the money and just put our foot down so we could break free of Big Brother telling us what to do with the land that we have. And you could say to them, yeah, okay, we can't control the planes. Well, maybe we can. How do we know? We haven't tried because we're being told by the FAA we can't. Well, maybe we're not being told until somebody says, you work for the people. The people are sick of it. I don't want to sound whiny, but I'm just turned 70, and 47 years of my life has spent here. I love it here. This is my home. We were raised here. Kids went to school here. Every time we travel, my wife and I come back home, and I love living in Boulder County. It's like the coolest place. Longmont has grown into this amazing place to live. But we got to do something. You know, Mr. Popkin, you had said that people pay taxes for the airport, people pay taxes for the roads, they come in, you know, but a truck driving down 95th Street or 287 has to have Jake brake mufflers on their cars, on their trucks, right? Well, these Cessnas taking off don't have anything. They piss off 10,000 people every time they fly. You know, on a Saturday and Sunday, there's not a time that there's not a plane over my house. So I had so many things to say. I won't take up any time. You heard it all. But thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk and yell at you and talk. And,
No.
But I can't take it anymore. You know, I'm at the end. We're all at the end. You got to do something. The last 7, 8, 9 years, you know, the sky jumpers, sometimes they take off 2 planes in a row. You're like, hey, give me a break. You know, 5:45 in the morning, planes are buzzing my house. You know, they say the pilots are nice. They don't care about me. They don't care about us. They just want to go for a ride. So that's all I got. I had so many other things to say, but they did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
you.
guys. I appreciate
Okay.
you.
Yeah, no. And I mean, I see overall the discourse has been, it's been pretty good.
I was in the aerospace business for
and
42 years.
So I appreciate all the commenters tonight that it's been very professional and very courteous and passionate, but I mean, I was on council during COVID. So, you know, we had people wishing us dead. So, yeah.
Well,
So I'm like,
yeah,
no, y'all are great
You
tonight.
know, I mean, you're just doing your job, and we're reciprocants, but also we all work together. But you were elected, and you know, as an old time Longmont, Boulder County resident, it seems like we do it and we take the money, and then in 10 years we're doing this again because we got to listen to them. When really, I think at some point you just draw the line and say, we're not taking your money anymore. This is our airport, and we're going to do this. But somebody's got to be first. Is it Longmont? You know, there's a bunch of airports around the county that are trying to do it. Some are reasonably successful, but somebody has to say, this is us. This is our community.
And I mean, and this is the first time
It's
that
only
I've
$1 million
seen in
bucks.
years where I think all of us on council really have the appetite to start discussing the vision, look at the options. You know, I sit on a group of, with the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners Coalition, a subcommittee where we do have direct conversation. We've met once so far, but to have that ongoing conversation
appreciate
with
that
the FAA.
verbiage.
Yeah.
I've been to plenty of coffee talks over the last 20 years with other members, and we're still here.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you. If you're not going to kick the can down,
No, I don't want to kick the can down the road. We got to do something, so.
Thank you.
We're working on it.
Appreciate you all very much.
Councilmember Kalkuffer, don't go yet.
Oh.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ed.
Sure.
Regarding water, because we haven't really talked about water.
Oh, yes, that was it.
I had the pleasure of doing a wastewater tour for Longmont, water treatment tour, and the day that I went, it was 10 million gallons that did not end up going to the wastewater treatment plant. So 18 million gallons we treated, 8 million gallons went to the wastewater treatment. So 10 million went into the ground or left the community going to Denver, somewhere else, wherever people travel. Unfortunate for you, but fortunate for a lot of people in the city of Longmont, we do have a lot of programs and rebates available to transition non-functional grass into drip line irrigation, more native plants. The water team has a website about conserving waters outdoors, and we are trying to encourage people. I went through that program myself,
Yeah,
and I
appreciate
got
it.
money to transition from non-functional grass to xeriscaping.
Sure.
So the city of Longmont does have a lot of programs that I want people to know about. Unfortunately, if you don't live in the city of Longmont, you don't qualify for that. But there are other, for Boulder County, there's WaterWise as well.
I was only making a statement because I went by the mall and they're like,
Yeah.
it's like
And-
crazy green. And like, somebody's got to drink the water, and there's places, farmers that really need it. you know?
Absolutely.
That's-
And the state also passed some regulation as well for non-functional grass. So more to come on that.
Thank you so much.
So, thanks. And I do see a couple other people in the queue. Are you saying something new? Okay. Or are you restating what's been said prior? Okay, Councilmember Prieto.
Well, don't make me nervous, Mayor.
Yeah.
Now I forgot what I was going to say. I'm just no, I just wanted to make a comment that I don't want to speak for the entire council, but our intention is not to kick the can. This council is not going to kick the can. And I think many would
And I
agree.
did say that.
Yep, you did say that, but I am going to say something else that you didn't say. And so, yeah, so I would say we are looking at different solutions. And one thing to one of the comments that was made regarding who's going to be first. I think specifically myself and probably other council members is we're also looking as to how we can partner with other communities as well, because I think there's strength in numbers. And so, but yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that we are serious about solutions. We are not going to kick the can. And for anybody who wants to work with us to really solve these issues that you folks are dealing with, that it just the taking of your peace. Everybody deserves the dignity to be able to be at peace in their home. And I can't imagine if that were, now I live by a train, but that only comes probably once, a couple times a day, right? I can't imagine the constant buzzing above my head, so.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
I just wanted to add one more thing to this discussion because we've covered a lot of layers. And I just echoing Councilmember Kalkoffer, thank you, Ed, for bringing up the water conservation aspects of that. It's absolutely timely, relevant, and frankly, it's timely all year round. We just pay attention to it more when it's hot and dry. Building on what Councilmember Marsing was sharing briefly before, there are two aspects that limit what we can do, and that doesn't mean we can't explore other things, and we shouldn't, and we are. But it's not just the grant assurances. And there's been a lot of focus on that with the grant, and I understand why. But there are FAA regulations independent of grant assurances, irrespective of federal funding that we take, that limit what we can and can't do. And so that is, when we're having these conversations about legal requirements or rules or what types of strategies we can try, there are things that have been adjudicated in court, separate from grant assurances. There are things that have been updated and regulated and passed by Congress, and how the FAA regulates the sky, like air travel, at different levels. And so there are distinctions there, and it's not just, even if we tomorrow we're not bound by grant assurances, we would still be preempted by federal authority to manage air travel. And I think that has implications at different stages. And there are nuances within that, but I did want to just acknowledge that, like, irrespective of the grant, there are other things that we're keeping in mind from a legal and regulatory standpoint.
Totally get it.
Yeah.
I was just saying, you guys sit together, somebody be first. That's somebody get some kahunas and go. Why not us? That's all. I've been hearing you. That's all.
And we hear you
like
on
the dialogue. You're great.
Yeah.
But sometimes
I just want people to understand what we are trying to explore and what lanes we do have to swim in and swim through. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't be first on things, and that's not an excuse to not try.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
David Hodges. And then I'm going to call the next group. So we have Penny Hodges, David Brzezowski. I think I know I misspelled it, mispronounced that. Brian Brown, Stephen Altschuler, and Peg Cage.
Good evening or late night, and I want to start by saying this isn't a peanut butter and jelly sandwich feedback. I do appreciate what you all do, but I think you all know that I'm diametrically opposed to the ALPR cameras, and I'd like to address that tonight. I think playing off of one of the previous speakers, I think that we have done picking winners and losers, because we went from Flock, which is now the loser, and us, in my estimation, to now Axon. And in terms of, and I'll get back to that in a little bit if I have time, but in terms of what fundamental right we lose by these cameras, I would point to the Pledge of Allegiance that we all said in the beginning, and it ended with liberty and justice for all. To me, a fundamental function of liberty is innocent until proven guilty. And I'm going to give you a few examples of just here in Colorado, very close to us, where this has come against the public, and people had to prove their innocence. Columbine Valley Police accused Chrisana Elzer of stealing a $25 package because her car was in the area and going back and forth around the city. The officer said he was 100% sure she did it, said you can not get a breath of fresh air without us knowing who comes in and out of the city. She said, and then he said she was not being honest with him, and no matter what she could do, she couldn't prove her innocence. And she had video, she had car tracking data that showed she did not go to this house, but the police officer did not want to hear it. And then the police chief eventually, after she had to present the evidence, and she had to prove her innocence. And so the police chief eventually said, that she did a good job. She shouldn't have to do a good job. This is wrong. And then he didn't even apologize, but that's beside the point. That's probably on him more. Kyle Dossman kept getting pulled over in Gilpin County with a wrongly issued warrant because of a 0 versus an O. So this is going to happen. And this is a problem because now this guy he got pulled over multiple times and couldn't get it taken out of the system. He had the citizen, this was on him to do. A 76-year-old grandma, Sarah Judson in Superior, stopped twice, and this one was an I versus a 1. So, and she had to have people help her because she couldn't figure out how to prove her innocence. And I don't believe this is the country, the state, the county, the city that we want. This is a fundamental thing that we're taught from the beginning, that we're innocent until proven guilty. I think and getting back to the winners and losers, I don't believe this decision had to be made this fast. And certainly, Axon benefits from not being Flock. And I understand there's local restrictions in place, but that doesn't mean that all those things I just mentioned won't happen. And you all are responsible for overseeing this, but you can't look at every set of data. You can't look at every time somebody logged on to track somebody. You can have some form of oversight, but you can't look at there's going to be thousands a day. So I've just asked you to reconsider and maybe explain why we had to do that vote so quickly when there was, from my understanding, there was a presentation and then a vote, and we didn't have the technology board in place at that time. So I think that's an important, having some dissenting opinions that are experts. And so is there any thought in terms of looking at that in the future?
Okay, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for coming out. And I know this has been an issue that you've cared a lot about, and I wanted to just comment on one piece because, when you say that you can't look at everything that the cameras are doing, we actually can, and we have. One of the 3 conditions that this council agreed to in part of moving forward with the change that I think we all talked a lot about, one of those 3 conditions was a continuing transparency portal, where you can specifically look at not just, how many times the cameras have been accessed, but specifically, and this was new in this reiteration with Axon, who we're actually sharing that data with, if anyone. Because one of the core benefits of Axon versus Flock is there is not a national data sharing network, right? There is no large back-end infrastructure that allows law enforcement agencies to engage with our data that way. So what I would say is we have treated this conversation, I think, as seriously as it deserves, and it deserves extraordinary seriousness. And I think we've treated that the right way. The notion that Flock and Axon are the same, I think, is just not accurate. And I think the tools that we've put in place as a council, whether that be the transparency portal or specifically the 1-year review, where we're going to come back and rediscuss this and re-examine where we're going on this, along with the input of the technology board, those are all things that allow us to really have stronger governance than we had prior to this conversation. And that was driven by the community feedback from folks like you who've come forward consistently. So I just want you to hear that I at least am taking the notion that we are trying to provide as keen oversight as we can on this very seriously. I'm looking forward to the transparency portal being up and running on the new cameras and being able to see the data that we're accessing and specifically what law enforcement agencies we're sharing with.
Is my time up?
It looked like it. Yes, it
Okay.
was. So thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to one other aspect that you raised. you spoke about the process and the quick decision, and I understand where you're coming from with that. It was a one and done decision in there, and I think that while it is accurate to say we followed the normal process that we would follow for a contract, that's not always a good feeling, and that doesn't always mean that it feels like we considered it in a thorough way. And I think what was a little bit unusual in this case is that we actually had that discussion a lot around a lot of these topics and issues when we discussed Flock originally, and heard from yourself and many other members of the public in December, and then we heard from people via email after that. But you know, while I can credibly say that we treated this like any other contract that we'd be handling, I can understand why you and others would feel like it wasn't. And I think that's a good lesson for us to learn, that perhaps for more sensitive topics or topics that are more nuanced, more technical, and more challenging, that maybe we should think about a different process for that, or more of an informational reading, like a zero reading kind of thing before we, or an informational update on kind of the direction that the city is recommending before we actually take a vote on that. So I appreciate that feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Penny Hodges?
I've been sitting for 3
I know, yeah. So anyway. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hi.
Hi.
I wasn't going to speak tonight because I know a lot of people were already speaking about this, but I am diametrically opposed to the mass surveillance. And to me, it's more than the Axon camera. It's against our Fourth Amendment rights. That's how I feel. I even think it's against our Third Amendment rights, if you look into that. We keep hearing about the contract. Can we make that public? Because it keeps coming back, and we hear bits and pieces of it. Some of it sounds great. That I love that, you know, we had a conversation that you're going to look at it every year. But what do we do until then? And because this is a contract that you just said that was treated like every other contract, this is against our Fourth Amendment rights. You know, this can't be treated like everything else. And I think that's why everybody's opposed to this. And so it is good that you saw that there was a problem with Flock. I hope you see that there's a problem with Axon, and I hope that we can sort out the issues, but I don't know why we had to rush all of it, and you just answered that. But if I don't say anything, we can't fix it, and I just hope you know that we care and that we do think that you care and that discussions are happening. But if the contract would be more transparent, then maybe we wouldn't have to keep coming up and asking all the questions. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, hold on, I see you. Yeah, no,
I'm sorry.
So, Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I did bring up the contract review. For my day-to-day job, I review contracts.
Right. No, we
RFQs
talked about it, and I appreciate it, but that was the first I had heard that.
Yeah.
And so it's good.
And I had a hard time understanding that we don't get the chance to review it, but there is a reason for that. If we were to look at every single contract, it would take us forever to do anything. And also, we have to trust that our staff is doing the right thing. What is nice about a public entity is our records are public. Once the contract is signed, it will be made available for you to be able to Cora that contract, so you can then read that. But when we're in the negotiation phase, that is not something that we have
Okay.
access to or that the public has access to.
And that's fair, and I appreciate that.
But as
Thank
soon
you.
as it's available, you're
Right.
able to Cora that.
Right, and is my time up? Because there was a.
Yeah, was it? Okay, go
So,
ahead.
and I went to the coffee with you. I mean, I'm passionate about this, and to me, it's more about, the data is going to be collected. It's to me about our rights, and I feel like those are being violated. And it was a rush decision. And then, so the police officer called after, who represents this, and he said, well, we have these up at the most dangerous intersections, but what is a camera going to do? It's going to record what happened. If we were, and he said it's for safety, if we were concerned about safety, just lower the speeds and put in a roundabout. That would fix the issue of those dangerous sections, and that I think is being addressed and looked at, but if it were truly about safety, then we would have other methods, far cheaper methods to take care of that. So, but I appreciate all the feedback. I
Yes,
really
no,
do.
I do. And I go back to, I think it was in 2022, and Harold, I'm trying to remember, because it was 2 mayors ago. It was back when Mayor Bagley was still mayor,
Right.
where we had initially had these conversations, because as equally as we were getting community coming in about the automated license plate readers, we had the chamber's full of people do something, ticket people, catch people on Main Street. We had one resident who was coming every week and yelling at us for not and then, we saw the FTE with police, just physically, they cannot be everywhere all the time for citations and clamping down on speeders. We had a lot of the noise, the running red lights. That was another one that was really bad. So, back when we first had this conversation and looking at what technology could be out there, how can we address this? So this was something that was in conversation for a long time. We have had cameras in parks and other things for years prior to as well. But so it's been, so it wasn't a rush decision. I'm now the third mayor who's sat in and we've had cameras.
Right. This is
the
the
start.
This is the next level, though.
Yeah.
It is, and that's where it feels creepy. You get
Okay.
the creepy aspect of it, and I
Yes.
feel like we're being watched all the time, and that's, to me, that's the issue.
Okay.
And I don't like that, and I don't like being mass surveilled. I don't like walking into Walmart because of that. I feel like
with the
it's
Ring
creepy. It is.
cameras, you're walking your dog. Anybody.
Right.
I understand.
And
But
then-
I just wanted to provide some
I do have
historical context.
One more question.
Yes.
And I appreciate that, I do. This is coming up on a lot of the YouTube channels that we're watching about, be aware of this, be aware of that. They are saying that the polls now have issues, that they are collecting data as you go by. It's not just the camera, and they're collecting your phone data. I don't know if that's true with ours, but it might be something to look into because now that is encroaching onto other issues.
Yeah.
And so it's just something to be aware of that's coming up a lot. And you don't know what's true and what's not, but if it's true, then please look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I really
Councilmem-
appreciate your time.
Yeah, Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, just two notes. One, if you ever have a question about what is true and what isn't as it relates to your life here in Longmont, just ask.
Well, I am.
Reach out to any of us, and we can. If we don't know the answer, we're happy to just double check. I'm pretty sure the answer to polls, like recording you, is not true here.
Okay, but it is happening in other cities. I just don't know
Yep.
if it's happening here.
And that's where this gets really complicated because there are other cities even within the same state that are taking different approaches to technology. And my hope, and I think the hope of my fellow council members, and I know the two on Zoom as well, is that we actually are as much of a leader as we can be in kind of recognizing this new frontier of technology that we are going to be facing. And within the next 5 years, it's going to look fundamentally different too.
I hope
Given-
so, but for the better. Hope.
Well, I hope so from your standpoint as well, but there's going to be such a rapid evolution in technology, and so that's why I am excited by this technology policy board. We'll be probably one of the few cities in the country that has something like that. I think our staff and police department have heard us loud and clear on kind of the bounds that we're and the question marks that we're raising. And the last thing I just wanted to note is our our Axon contract is public record. And that is something that you can see just like any other contract.
Okay,
Thank you.
so much. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Kalkofer, you had one clarification real quick.
Yeah.
But you don't have to stay. You could go sit down.
Really quick clarification. We have a lot of different flavors of cameras in town. Not all of them are Flock or ALPRs. The red light cameras are triggered on an event, either speeding or running a red light. Those are different than ALPRs.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. David, come on down.
Really quick, Mayor, can I mention one thing really quickly? So sorry.
Okay, go ahead, really quick, really quick,
I
because
just
we have
wanted
the
to
next
mention that-
person speaker up.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that it's been shared with me that contract with Axon.
You
our
can
public
stay
safety-
up, you can stay for it.
Yeah, our public safety chief let me know that contract has been executed and is available to the public via Quora and was comfortable sharing
Thank you.
that. So that has now been executed. So
Okay.
I just wanted the public to be aware.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you,
come
Mayor
on for, of course.
and Council, for having us. A lot of stuff's been covered.
Yeah.
More eloquently than I have. Just a couple things. We moved here in 1999. Been a great choice. Came here from the Rust Belt. We've got some great neighbors. We live just east of Darren, and we're so close to Greg that when his Ring camera trips, it's our dog peeing on their mailbox. In any event, we raised two great kids here. When they come back and visit, they can't help but notice the noise from the airport, though. Something has changed dramatically in the last few years. And a lot of creative, intelligent and productive people have spoke. They're here. This community is full of that. I loved hearing about the, Dad Walk Your Daughter Day. Appreciate it. I just got a couple of things that may be a little unique. Councilman Popkin, you mentioned to Darren, you asked, would you want to feed or drive on the streets? Well, I know Main Street, I love going downtown. It's hard to eat out al fresco because of the noise and traffic. It's a state highway. We close it down for parades, though. There are ways to do things. And we also had a no cruising period because of the Longmont night, and that predates me. So there are some things. And I've been a firm believer in life that, what you measure gets done, what you measure and reward gets done first. Fees can be a negative reward for these touch and goes. I heard a lot of good logic both ways on taking the federal money and maybe not taking the federal money, but I like the idea of coming up with a sustaining business at the airport, 36 years, maintaining the runway. If we're not collecting enough fees for that to sustain itself, we're doing something wrong as a business. So I just ask you to consider that and know that opening that door or continuing to walk through that door for the FAA fees just seems like it's causing a lot of these creative and productive people in our community to second guess living here. So I don't think that's an end we want. That's all I have.
Thank you. Brian Brown?
Good evening, council. Good evening, mayor and staff. My name is Brian Brown, and I am a Longmont resident, a private pilot, an aviation business management student at Purdue University, and the founder of Brown Aviation Strategies. The future of aviation is quieter, cleaner, and more profitable than we imagine, and it's called eVTOL aircraft. Over the past few years, I've dedicated hundreds of hours to studying FAA guidance, airport planning, and the future of aviation in the United States. That research has led me to one simple conclusion. Communities that begin planning early will better be prepared for the changes that are already underway. Today, aviation is entering one of the most significant periods of transformation since the introduction of commercial jet travel. It's called advanced air mobility. The Federal Aviation Administration, NASA, airports, manufacturers, and transportation agencies across the country are already planning for emerging technologies, new infrastructure needs, and new ways communities will interact with aviation. Whether these changes arrive in 5 years or 15, they are no longer theoretical. Planning is already happening across the country. Here in Longmont, we're fortunate to have an incredible asset in Vance Brand Municipal Airport. It's more than just an airport. It supports local businesses, emergency services, flight training, economic development, and it connects our community to the broader aviation system. As our city continues to grow, I believe we have an opportunity to become proactive rather than reactive. That doesn't mean making decisions today about technologies that are still evolving. It means beginning the conversation. It means understanding what the FAA is doing, learning from other communities who are already implementing this technology, by the way, and ensuring that any future decisions reflect Longmont's value and priorities. One lesson I've learned through my research is that successful aviation planning isn't just about aircraft, it's about people. It's about balancing innovation with safety, economic opportunity with community input, and preparing thoughtfully before decisions become urgent. That's why I founded my organization, Brown Aviation Strategies, to help translate complex aviation policy and research into information that local communities can actually use. I'm not here tonight asking for funding or asking the city to adopt a particular technology. I'm simply encouraging us to begin learning, asking questions, and staying informed as aviation continues to evolve. I would also like to offer myself as a local resource. As I continue my research and education, I'd be happy to share information, provide FAA resources, or participate in future conversations about airport planning and the future of aviation in Longmont. I'm going to close with a thought that has been really the guiding principle of my work. The future of aviation won't be shaped by technology alone. It will be shaped by the communities that choose to prepare for it. I want to thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for your service to our community.
Great, thank you. Thank
You're
you for
welcome.
that. Councilmember Popkin.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be super brief. Brian, thank you for speaking to that.
Yeah.
You know, we've talked a lot about quality of life concerns and what comes with modernizing an airport from that the community side. The other thing I wanted to speak, we actually have two assets that are relevant to this conversation.
Yes, we do.
Vance Brand Airport and Longmont Power and Communications. We
Yes.
are very fortunate to run our own electric utility, which gives us an advantage in this conversation and transition. This is not something that we are ignoring. And we're already working on infrastructure planning, particularly on the south side of the airport, but upgrading the electric service in general for that as we start to prepare for that. And I know, and I've gotten the response via email that electric aviation is not there yet, and that's many years down the road. That's true, though I did just go down last summer with Councilmember Christ to Centennial Airport to see 45-minute, 50-minute test flights from an electric aviation company. I stood next to those planes taking off, like getting ready to take off with no ear protection.
Right.
Like, this is part of that future. And you're right, early adopters will reap some of those rewards.
Absolutely.
So while this will be years in the infrastructure and investment and planning, this is relevant. And when we talk about the FAA grant terms, those are 20-year down the road that we're still looking at too. So in terms of improving all aspects of modernizing our airport and the community and quality of life concerns that we've heard, I appreciate what you said tonight, and I would encourage my fellow council members to keep this in mind as we have these conversations over the next few weeks about kind of what our priorities and investments are.
We are. Thank you. Steve Alschuler, come on down.
Oh.
And then I'm going to call the last group of people. The last group of people, Peg Cage. Is she still here? Okay, perfect. Come on down. Dylan Rankin. Somebody on 3rd Avenue did a signature, and I cannot read it. So if you live on 3rd Avenue and you're still here, come on down. Rick Lossoff and Megan Siqueiros. Okay. Come on down.
I almost want to say good morning.
Yeah. No.
Steve Altschuler. A couple little comments before I get to the bulk of what I had written. I think it was Thomas Jefferson, any of you can correct me if you want to, that said those who would give up safety, those who would give up their freedoms in quest of safety deserve neither. So one thing about the cameras that are going up all over town, even if they're all innocuous now, they are computer related, which means they can be reprogrammed at any time for more nefarious purposes. And I do know that in the last 4 years, there have been many cases where during the Biden administration, there were conservatives that were having their bank accounts closed because they'd bought a gun somewhere and used their credit card. And they tracked the credit card and found out where they lived, where they banked, and everything else. Canada did the same thing with all the truck drivers. They shut down people's accounts because they got their license plate, they tracked them, they found out where they banked, and they shut them down for having the truck driving protests. So even if the cameras are innocuous now, it can be changed. So that was one thing I wanted to comment on. Now, we are all so blessed to live in this country, the greatest country of all time. We are the greatest because we have ways for anyone to be successful, to be as successful as their drive and their ambition allows. Is it always easy? No, but it is available for anyone who's willing to work for that success. Our founding fathers knew what they were doing. One thing they did was to make voting be one person, one vote. That brings us to ranked choice voting. 85% of jurisdictions that have tried ranked choice voting in the past 100 years have repealed ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting is a place where winners lose and losers can win. In Alaska, a few years back, they had an election. Sarah Palin had like 40% of the vote, and then the second place person had 30, the third had 20, and the fourth had roughly 10. I'm rounding off a little bit. The fourth-rate person that had the least amount of votes the first time around ended up winning. and the other people lost. You can't tell me that that's fair. Alaska is now trying to repeal ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting will take weeks to determine a winner, opening the door for more cheating and more corruption. On a different note, to my knowledge, Longmont, Colorado, and America's constitutions do not call for any level of government to own property and rent said property to others, especially at discounted rates, and having the difference made up by taxing other citizens more. So obviously, in a nutshell, I've never seen anything that says government is supposed to own property and decide who should rent there. That's out of the purview. So I said, by taxing other citizens more. This has increased our property taxes and lowered business sales tax revenue, because when you bring in more people with a lower income, they're not going to go out shopping. And I know for a fact that business tax revenue in Longmont is down significantly in the last 3 to 5 years. Same thing goes for daycare, childcare, college loan forgiveness, rent control, discounting home mortgages, and other socialist ideas. So to me, the greatest thing about America is that we're a capitalist nation, and each person can achieve anything they want to achieve. When you have different levels of government starting to put their finger on the scale and decide who gets more, and to take it from someone that's worked more to achieve more and give it to someone that's working less, that is not in your job description. And when I say your, I mean all levels of government. And that's basically what I had for tonight. I don't know if anyone has a comment.
Nope. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Was it-
Yeah, okay.
I was torn between those two.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Next person, Peg.
As Steve said, good morning. This is Peg Cage, and I am here taking advantage of this wonderful open forum. Thank you very much. I would like to take a stand against ranked choice voting. Hopefully, the City Council will consider my comments from tonight's meeting as you decide at the next week's council meeting whether to put this very destructive election process, this ranked choice voting, on the November ballot. And it would be at the expense of Longmont taxpayers. It was a very great expense, actually. Did you know that ranked choice voting is a plank in the Communist Party USA platform? On their website, they claim we support ranked choice voting because it ensures that your vote contributes to the outcome, even if your top choice doesn't win. Suppose no candidate gets a majority of first choice votes. That majority is a key phrase here. In that case, the least popular candidates are eliminated and their votes are redistributed. That's another key phrase to ranked choice voting. They're redistributed based on the voters' subsequent choices until a candidate has a majority, a candidate with a majority is found. CPUSA says RCV, ranked choice voting, ensures that the winning candidate has a broad support, but one only needs to look at Boulder's mayor race down in 2023 to see that the man who was elected was the favorite candidate of only 34.97% of the voters, whereas the losing candidate had nearly 10% more votes than he did. Bob Yates, with 14,271 votes, or 43.39%, lost to Aaron Brockett, who had 11,504 votes, or 34%, 0.97, so almost 35%. The results after the ranked choice voting manipulation were much different.
by adding the losing two candidates' second votes back into the election, the losing candidate wins. Why do voters who vote for losers have 2 votes in any election? Why should anyone get 2 votes in an American election? After the election and the ranked choice voting manipulation, Aaron Brockett ended up with 16,823 votes, which is the 51%, which is over the majority that is required to win a ranked choice voting race. Bob Yates ended up with 15,592, or 48% of that vote. You can check out the website coloradocounts.com and go to the No Ranked Choice Voting tab. It has very clear explanations on how ranked choice votes works and why it should never be considered a viable procedure to elect representatives to government or to elect which issues should become law. Longmont is a part of America, which is a constitutional republic. We cannot expect a communist rewrite of our election laws, which will further remove the voters from the process of electing our representatives, to have a positive outcome for our community. Without honest and auditable elections, election outcomes cannot be trusted. Without trusted elections, government can't be trusted. Without trusted government, the public doesn't have a voice, and the American dream is out of reach.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see, Dylan Rankin.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. There's just one of me tonight, so sorry about that, but maybe thank you also because it's getting late. And yeah, I just wanted to kind of get ahead of, I know that next week the ranked choice will come back to City Council and you'll make a decision about whether or not to put that on the ballot, and I just wanted to offer some clarification of some points that I've been hearing in advance of that. And I think the biggest thing that I want to keep coming back to is that this should be an issue where the voters decide. Fundamentally, at the end of the day, we are not asking you to adopt ranked choice voting. We're asking you to let the people decide if they want to adopt ranked choice voting. And so, you know, if folks really believe that the community is not behind this issue, I don't think they should have a problem putting this on the ballot, because then it should be defeated, and that's fine. But I think that what I have seen and what our members of ranked choice voting for Longmont have seen is that this is something that is popular. This is something that is easy for voters to understand. This is something that fundamentally improves representational outcomes in elections. And I was so happy to hear the 2023 Boulder mayoral election brought up, because that election perfectly encapsulates why, just exactly how ranked choice voting is so much better than the plurality election, because in that election you had 3 really viable candidates. And sorry, the B word is getting used a lot tonight, but you had Bob Yates, who was a Republican, and you had 2 more liberal progressive candidates. And Boulder is so progressive that it's kind of gotten that negative connotation almost at this point, but that those 2 progressive candidates were both able to run, and neither received a majority of the vote. And actually Bob Yates did receive more first choice preferences than either of them. But a majority of the community didn't want Bob Yates as mayor. And so they looked and they said, who among the less popular liberal candidate, Nicole Spear, who would, between Brockett, one, and Yates, the other, if it was a head-to-head race between those 2 candidates, who would her voters have preferred? And the overwhelming answer was Brockett, and they got to express that very easily in their second choice preferences. And then when the second choice preferences were redistributed to Brockett from Spear in the second round, Brockett pulled ahead of Yates, got a majority of the vote, and Boulder ended up with a mayor that represents and has broad support of the city's electorate. So that race was a perfect example of exactly why ranked choice voting works, and not why it doesn't. And just to go over some other points, ranked choice voting has been held to be consistent with the principle of one person, one vote anytime a court has ever looked at the issue. It's not a thing, and you still have one vote. You still get to vote your vote only counts for one candidate. And then on the easy to understand issue, I am out in the community constantly getting voters to fill out ranked choice ballots to try it out to see what they think. And people of all ages. I have super young kids who come and fill out a ranked choice ballot and they're super excited to do it. I have much older members of the community do the exact same thing, and it makes sense to them. They understand it. They're able to easily do it without instruction. And so anecdotally, that is known, but also the data bears that out. They do polling where ranked choice is used, and routinely 70+% of voters are like, I love this, and when can 70% of Americans agree on anything? And the vast majority of folks agree that it is easy to participate in and improves electoral outcomes. So what I would come back to again is let the people decide this issue. I think you are hearing from lots of viewpoints, and there's passion behind this subject, and I think that's wonderful, and that's something that is within your power to continue that discussion. You don't have to make the decision. We're not asking you to, by ordinance, bypass everybody and start doing ranked choice voting. We're just merely asking you to put this on the ballot and let the voters weigh in. That is our big ask, and we're really excited to come back next week and tell you more about why we think that's a good idea. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Dylan, just two quick questions for you. First, I happen to know that you are a judge in CU student government. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, you have maybe a little bit of familiarity with some of the constitutional history here that we've heard a little bit about. Isn't it true, Dylan, that the framers did not actually establish one person, one vote? Isn't that true that they actually left that decision to the states?
That's absolutely, well, one person, one vote is a federal standard that evolved out of the 14th Amendment that basically was just like people should. It came out of state Senate seats when we used to elect senators by counties, basically, and it got to a place where, like, if Denver County and Gilpin County each got to elect one senator, would that be fair to the voters of Denver County? And the answer is no.
Yeah.
But the ultimate question is, ranked choice voting is a state issue. States have the authority to determine whether or not they want their cities to use it, and Colorado law is very clear. Cities have the authority to use it if they want to.
And historically, going back to the Revolution and shortly after the Constitution, this is my history teacher hat, states have always decided how they want to manage their own elections. The framers did not establish one person, one vote. It comes out of the 60s and some of the Supreme Court cases that come in from that. And then I had a quick question for you, just as the ranked choice voting guy. We've heard that it takes weeks to resolve an RCV election. How long did it take for the mayor of Boulder to be declared the winner of that election?
I think it was the day after the election, and this is something that Stephanie Ganoza, the elections director at the Boulder County Clerk's Office, would tell you, is that it takes no extra time to do a ranked choice election. We will not be waiting on our results for any additional time. It's the same tabulation process. They have the same equipment. We're not going to be waiting weeks and weeks for our election results. And Stephanie is somebody who is fiercely apolitical. She would not tell you something that isn't true from an election administration standpoint, so I really do trust her perspective on that.
Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Dylan, we heard tonight that this was a communist conspiracy. Can you please fill us in on that? Because I've never heard that before.
Yeah, it is true to my knowledge that this is a thing endorsed by the Communist Party of America. It's also endorsed by the Libertarian Party of America, which I think is like the complete opposite end of the political spectrum. So this is a voting method that has been used in cities as progressive as New York, and as conservative as very small towns in Salt Lake City. It's not an ideological issue. It's a cross-partisan way to improve elections. So it is. I promise I'm not a communist conspiracy. Member coming in here to try to hijack the electoral process. I swear. I promise.
Okay, and I would agree with you about people having, presenting more democracy and putting it to the vote of the people. My argument to you has always been, and very consistent, that I think you guys need to go out and get the signatures to make sure. And that's not to harm you. It's actually to see that we actually show that sort of support, and that you, in the process, educate people. And I'm concerned that there's certain things that we as a council should, set a bar for in regards to that. And so, that's my biggest concern about that process. And it's not about trying to somehow hobble you. It's about trying to make sure that the community is fully there. And the only other thing about that is that in 2024, ranked choice voting went down pretty resoundingly in Colorado. So there's some concern about how, where the real support is.
Definitely, and I really appreciate those comments, Mayor Pro Tem. I on the first point, I would say that if that's truly your hard line, you're gonna go out and get the signatures, and it's a no-go from you otherwise. I do understand and respect that viewpoint. I would just mention that the City Council, as recently as 2022, has referred election measures to the ballot for election-related charter amendments. They put a measure on the ballot that allowed City Council members to prospectively vacate their seats as they're running for new elections, so as not to create extra vacancies. And that wasn't even something that you were hearing from the public, as far as I understand. That was just like an internal thing, like, hey, maybe this is a better way to do elections, and that went to the ballot. You put it on the ballot, voters liked it and approved it, and it worked fine. So I don't think it's unprecedented for it to go through council, and I really hope that's the decision that you come to. And then if I can, just on the last point, on ranked choice voting going down at the state level, that was a completely different, unrelated issue, and it combined the ranked choice voting piece with all party primaries, where all of the primaries occur on a nonpartisan basis, and all parties go to the same primary ballot. And I actually voted against that measure and a lot of people did because of the nonpartisan primary aspect. And we obviously don't have primary elections in Longmont. That's not an issue. And the support, in the polling that's been done, and even just anecdotally out in the community, the community support is there. And I appreciate your perspective as always.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Popkin.
I just first want to thank everyone who's still here tonight. It's 10:45, and appreciate everyone's continued comments. Thank you. Dylan, 2 questions for you. And this builds on what I've been hearing from multiple comments tonight, and so I'll give you a chance to respond to this if you want. But why isn't this, when you take someone's second choice vote and then reassign that, why isn't that double counting their vote?
I think the word redistribute is perfect, because when you redistribute something, you take one of it from somewhere and you put it somewhere else. You don't duplicate it. The vote ceases to count for the original candidate, and it begins to count for the candidate to whom it's being redistributed. So it is fundamentally still a one-person, one-vote system, in that your vote doesn't keep counting for your first choice and then start counting for your second choice as well. It stops counting for one and starts counting for the other.
And why does it stop counting for your first choice? Why does it fundamentally, you're casting your ballot? Why does that fundamentally stop counting?
No, that's a great pulled back question. The answer is your vote, when you're doing a ranked choice ballot, all you're asking the voter to do is rank candidates, right? I like this person the best, this person the second best, this person the third best, and so on and so forth. And my vote always begins by counting for my first choice preference. And then if they have the fewest first choice preferences of any candidate still in the race, then they are eliminated, and then their vote, their voters' votes get counted for their second choice preferences instead. And so that's the process. And that's basically to, from a kind of more conceptual place, that's just asking, well, if the race had been between only these remaining candidates, who would I have voted for? And that's what ranked choice voting allows voters to express, if that makes sense.
It mostly makes sense to me. I have a slightly related question. In the last Longmont City Council elections in 2025, actually, there are 4 people who ran in the at-large race who are in this room today. Did any of them get a majority of the vote?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so again, when we're thinking about majorities and pluralities, we should also be living in the system that we are looking at, and how votes get kind of counted and what actually is representative, right? And is that I think that's what I'm hearing from you as part of like your push for this and why you're passionate about this. But I do hope that people take a look, and you can find this on the Boulder County website just to see the election results, just to see kind of who received majorities or pluralities and who's actually representing whom. So thank you.
For sure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we have 3 people left. We are at 10 till. Are you wanting to extend the meeting, or is that what you were putting your name in? Okay.
No.
Okay, so I'm going to do the next person. Did we ever find out? So 3rd Avenue, sign their name with a signature. I'll add you at the end. So, okay. Rick Lossoff. See here? Nope. Megan, come on down. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Megan Siqueiros, and I am actually here to talk about a subject that is very uncomfortable for a lot of people. It deals with security. It deals with, it does deal with our privacy. It deals with a lot of different subjects. We could talk about it. But frankly, it's mental health. And you come in here and you say mental health. We keep talking about mental health. We keep talking about Freud and how all of these things are very positive things. They are not positive things, okay? If you want to talk about diversity, if you want to talk about the diversity of thought, emotion, behavior, perception, habit, and custom, that's diversity. Stigmatizing people with mental health, telling people that you're going to assess their needs and then stigmatize them and take their rights after you develop legal systems to be able to target them is not mental health, okay? What's happening is that people are, you can take the DSM, and the DSM, what it says in the DSM-TR specifically is that you cannot diagnose somebody that is under the poverty margin because not all of their needs are met. If you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, there is a system where you have a physical need set, you have a social need set, and you have a skill-based need set. All of those are necessary for full personhood, to be able to achieve self-actualization, to be able to achieve adulthood. Okay, when you come over here and you say when you're a baby you first achieve attachment, then by the time that you're 2 you're trying to learn about your physical needs. You're learning about social needs when you're getting around 5. Okay, these things repeat themselves until you reach adulthood. It's like a little spiral. Okay. So when you come over here and you start telling people that are under the poverty margin that they have mental health issues, what you're really saying is that they're poor and they're experiencing power dynamics. Now, these power dynamics come in multiple fashions. You can go into a police office and you could say, okay, well, we have decent police officers here right now in this time and place. You can then look at We Own the Night. You can look at Chicago. You can see how these things develop separately. Supremacism develops in our communities intergenerationally. It is developing now in Boulder. Okay, you can say that it's developing with the CPS population, where they're taking children that they don't have to use evidence for. They don't have to use evidence to take our kids, and they're taking our children. They're telling people that they have mental health because they're coming here saying, in my particular circumstance, I'm gang stalked. I'm being cyber stalked, and I was physically stalked in my apartment, and they're saying, well, you must have mental health. And the fact of the matter is that when you go to SPAN shelters or you go to these shelters, you're being told that what you're saying isn't valid. They don't want to look into the evidence. They don't want to harm other people. And when they do, that they're pathologizing everything. Okay? The baseline is that all of it is poverty related. Okay, you're not going to go over to somebody who's been in poverty for 5 years and tell them, well, you're beating your wife. Why don't you stop doing that? Why are you beating your wife? And then the wife, like if you talk to the person, they don't want their wife to leave. Guess what? They're poor. So the person, they're teaching people to leave their wives and their husbands. That's not logical thinking, okay? So you're going to say that beating your wife isn't logical thinking, and that's true, but neither is leaving your husband, okay? If you have long-term relationships which prevent things that occur in Rome, like poisoning, all of these other things, if you have multiple relationships, it's going to cause things like poisoning. You're going to start to have a poisoning culture where you're going to start to target each other. And that's what polyamory leads to. And I'm not trying to disrespect the polyamorous community, but what ends up happening is that there's alphas and betas, and the betas start resenting it, and there begins this competition. Like we've seen this with the Ramsey case, okay? But I know that their daughter died, but it happens frequently. The point is the laws are in place to be able to protect the people, and poverty is the main issue. And if you're trying to affect people's relationships due to that, it becomes a problem. Okay. So the solution is to be able to provide basic necessities, to be able to maintain social relationships. It is not to be able to take that. The mental health field is taking that honor. It is taking a person's responsibility. It is taking a person's volition. If you go into a lower income community, they are adapting to their environment. You can't ask a woman who is being beaten to leave. You can't take their children, okay? That's their environment. That is their life. They're supporting that man who is being poverty stricken. I shouldn't have to explain the power dynamics that go into it, but all of these rules that you guys make up here on the top affect people on the bottom tenfold. It affects their physical health, it affects their relational health, and it affects every other method of health that you can possibly have. And to tell somebody that they have mental health because they're having, if you're talking about water, that there's more pressure at the bottom of it because all of the weight of the rest of the water is on top of it. That happens socially. So you can't target people that are in these mental health situations or poverty situations by telling them that they have mental health. You have to alleviate the poverty level beforehand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Last person on the list, Amy Weinstein. And it's going to be cutting close. Can we have a vote to extend the meeting? Okay. For 15 minutes. Okay. So the motion has been made by Councilmember Kolkoffer. I'll second that. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. All those opposed? Okay, yeah.
I'll be super fast.
Yeah, no.
It was interesting listening to everything. I pulled up the map of the Vance Brand Airport, and one of the edge of the runway is like in the city, but maybe, I don't know, feet from the county. So I know that one of my questions of the day is how do we do more regional planning as a city when we have issues that cross over into the county, and especially people who live in nearby county areas, and how do they have representation on our boards and commissions. So I'm going to look into what that would take to bring that as a citizen ballot initiative. But I think it's important. I think there was at least 5 people who spoke today who lived out in the county about the airport. The second thing I want to talk about is ranked choice voting. I have an example for it that I think might help people who struggle with it. I also served on the RLA board, which is the risk limiting audit after an election. And I served on that one for the Boulder mayor's race. And it was really interesting going through the audit with the other people like me, people who live in the county who were there to make sure that this stood up. But I was thinking about it because in my family, when we get together for a meal and we're going to get takeout or something, we sit and talk about what we want. Are we going to have burgers? Are we going to have burritos? Are we going to have pizza, just for example? And then, the majority of people weigh in and we decide, well, we're going to get food from this restaurant that serves burgers. Well, that means, or people are favoring one or the other. But let's say I was favoring pizza that evening. I would have to move my vote for pizza to burgers or burritos. And so that is how it works. It isn't that you vote twice. You just move your vote from the least favorite to the other choices. And I think that that's an easy example to follow because we all do it in our daily lives all the time when we're with our families or with our friends and deciding what kind of movie are we going to see? What kind of food are we going to eat? And I think that that's how ranked choice voting is really what it really does. But I also want to really stress that it is auditable. I was part of the audit team that did it, and it was interesting to move through that with Stephanie Noza, who is a really great elections official. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we are now on to mayor and council comments. Okay, I was just about to, I see. I know, yeah. Councilmember Colcover.
I want to start by thanking the rec staff and all of the staff for an amazing weekend. I was not in favor of fireworks, but I was blown away, pun intended, with the firework display. I know there was a lot of concerns about illegal fireworks and the nuisance it caused and the safety and the fire, and we are taking that seriously. I also want to give a big thanks to everybody who supports everything that we do up here, staff, but as well as the community members, like Nick Thompson, who puts out some great videos, Side Dish for their podcast, Longmont City Council Recap. Congrats on moving to a major podcast platform. London and all the staff at the Times Call for hanging in there. And then also all of the residents who stick around and watch us late into the night, come to our meetings, give us their feedback, also send us emails and call us. We're here to listen to you, and we're grateful for everybody participating. I know it's difficult coming up to this microphone. Every time I turn on this microphone, I am nervous too. So I'm right there with you, and I appreciate everything that everybody does. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Prieto.
I also wanted to give a big shout out for the firework display, but more importantly, St. Vrain Valley on their drone show. I think that's been the best drone show we've ever seen here in Longmont. And so hands down, you know, before that drone show, I couldn't imagine a 4th of July with just a drone show. And they twisted my arm just a little. I'm starting to envision just a little bit. I'm dabbing my toe there. So, but no, they really did an amazing job, and I'm so proud of the Innovation Center and all the students who were a part of that. It was pretty phenomenal. So, and then just one last comment. Thank you to the public who spoke tonight, everybody who came and watched. We do take everything you say to just to heart, and we are, not only trying to manage issues that are happening within the city, but also I think it's also important to note to the public that we also have to take all the requests as well and make sure that it aligns with our priorities. Because even though something seems like, for example, ranked choice voting, like it's a pretty easy, bring it to the public, the implementation of that is going to be pretty significant. And council has priorities and only so much staff capacity that we have to think of when we're bringing forth things like this. And so that is also stuff that goes into just the weighing of these decisions. And I just wanted to note that for the public as well. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to weigh in several times, but just saved all my comments for the end because the connection is a little bit patchy. But I just wanted to say thank you for everyone that brought topics forward. We do hear everything that you have to say, particularly when it comes to transportation. I want to remark on that we've had a lot of problems with noise in all areas of transportation, whether it's road noise, the train, we're all these transportation arenas are controlled by us, but also by other authorities, for instance, the railroad, CDOT, the federal highway, all that, but we all work in tandem with them. One of the things I wanted to say is that I'm not being dismissive at all. We have made progress with all of our transportation noise so far, and not just this council, but based on the efforts of Transportation Board and the councils before us. And we will make progress with the airport as well. We're not just pushing it down the road. And I think we're just about to have that big significant conversation as a council. So we will make changes. And I also want to agree with, I think it might have been Scott Stewart who said this, that the FAA also wants to see us be successful in this. And I want to agree that that is true. We're partners with this. We're not against them. But the FAA handles anything that happens in the air, just like CDOT handles anything on the state highway, and the feds handle anything on the federally supported roadway. And then the railroads, of course, for the trains. Let's see. That's all I had to say about transportation. But I also appreciate just the level of discourse, just to mirror what Councilwoman Prieto and also the mayor said. the level of discourse is always fun during these open forums because we get to hear from every side of the topic, and it really helps inform some of our decisions and help us to delve into these topics more effectively. So I appreciate everyone that spoke tonight. I appreciate my fellow council members who often ask the questions that I would have asked. And so I felt like I was represented, even though I couldn't weigh in right at that moment. Thank you all, and I'll be seeing you soon.
Seeing you soon. Yep, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I don't know if Amy's still there. I can't see her, but I did want to compliment her on the RCV example because I think that's one of the better ones that I've heard in terms of the day-to-day implications of making those choices. And then also for any residents, we did hear a lot of residents tonight who are county residents, not city residents. If Amy is still there, I think that there's a genuine conversation that I would love to have about how we loop impacted residents of the broader county enclaves into our decision-making framework. I don't know what that looks like yet, but it's something I've thought a lot about because whether it be the Schlegel neighborhood or folks on the west side, there are decisions that we make as a city and as a council that really do impact those residents. And I don't know what that looks like yet, but it's something I really would be interested in exploring. So thank her for that. Also wanted to shout out not just the fireworks display, although very impressed. I heard so many people say good things. Also the concert on the 3rd. I thought that, we had one conversation about it as a council. And I think we gave feedback, and I think staff heard that feedback and ran with it. And I mean, it was packed. Like that was super cool to see the community engage and celebrate together in that way. So great job by our parks team, great job by the public safety team too, and our fire team to make that professional show safe and to, hopefully alleviate, doesn't ever get rid of all the illegal fireworks, but to hopefully make it a little bit more safer. And then to the folks that spoke on the airport tonight, because I think that was the topic that I think we heard about the most, I would just really encourage folks to keep engaging. I've followed councils a long time. I think this month, these upcoming meetings are going to be probably the most important ones that we have as a council around this conversation. And keep engaging, keep bringing your feedback on both sides of this conversation. I met recently with a group of pilots who want to see some real engagement and community feedback, and they're based operators at a KLMO who have real insight to offer. I think making this an us versus them mentality is not where I want us to go. I want this to be a real true community asset and build it together, and that's where I think this council's headed. So thank you all so much.
Yep, I voted to extend, we voted to extend it for 15 minutes. We have 4 minutes left before we adjourn, and council member or Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to do a shout out to the Longmont Corral and Nathan and his singers' great performance at the Thompson Park on the 4th of July, as well as Elliot with the Longmont Symphony. They did a wonderful job, and it's nice to have that back at Thompson Park. And I think that it's one of those wonderful institutional experiences that Longmont has to offer.
Great, thank you. City manager remarks. Okay, the seat is vacant. City attorney remarks. Empty seat, no comments. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye, okay, we are adjourned.